Hello, hello, testing. Hello, hello. Is anyone out there? I gotta be honest, I had a little panic attack when I pressed start streaming. I dropped like so many frames. I dropped like a ton of frames. Like 700. Like I'm still have some frames dropping now. And I had like zero. I've had like 0 frames dropped since the beginning of testing and everything. But of course, right now, it says I've had like a good amount of frames drop. So, not ideal. Don't love it. But we'll see what happens. We're waiting until 11:30ish, a little after 11:30 to get on cam. Be patient. If you're the only one here, I thank you for being here, Lone Soldier. I appreciate it. Give me 1 minute and we'll be doing this thing. All right. Hello, we're doing this. Episode 2 of the recruiting stream. Super exciting stuff. Yeah, episode 2. I gotta be honest, I can't stop staring at my dropped frames thing on my OBS that's telling me this is the software I use to stream. I can't stop staring at it. It hasn't moved essentially since I started. And it keeps going down, which is great. I just can't, I can't not notice that it's not 0 and it shows up a number. And it's driving me crazy. Speaking of driving things crazy, immediately if you hopped in here, you're like, wow, Cody, that shirt is wrinkly. And it is. It's a wrinkly tee. And I'm wearing a headband. Guys, we're on Thursday night. I went ate some Mexican food with one of my best friends in the world this evening. Shout out Carl St. Cyr. It's one of my boys. He's in town this weekend. We went and hit up a little Mexican restaurant. I went and I had a little margarita. And if you know me, you're like, are you for real? You had a Cody Bellaire had a margarita? He did. And it was pretty good. But I will say my head hurts ever so slightly. And I'm a little sleepy this evening, but we are in, I mean, guys, if you're ever like, God, what does Cody look like when he's getting ready for bed? This is it. This is peak. Cody has his headband on. He washed his face. That's why he's got his headband on, so my hair doesn't get in my face when I wash it. And he's got a wrinkly, sleepy Texas Tech t-shirt on. So this is it. This is what you get. This is what Natalie gets every night. It's pretty exciting stuff. But enough about me. You're probably here for some football. And, this is where we're at. We are in week 4. And we are 0-3. We got smoked by UTSA last week. Smoked. And by last week, I mean this week. Because we're in week 4. 3 games simmed. 3 L's taken. Sad scene. But this is sort of a good news, bad news deal, right? Bad news, we're getting killed. Good news, only way from here is up. So let's take a look where we're at recruiting wise. Honestly, though, let's do this. Let me flip the monitor here, right? Let's go to, you guys can't see this, but I'm totally changing the input on my monitor right now. Pretty wild stuff, you guys. This stream's been pretty crazy for all of 8 minutes. So, as you can see by that giant shiny brightness on my face now, we got an Excel sheet up. Beautiful. So I want to bring this up. So there's probably some of you that this is your first time here. If so, welcome. This is the recruiting only stream, right? And you're asking yourself, is this dude really not going to play any games? No, he's not. I certainly am not. Not on Thursdays, right? That's what we're doing here. Thursday night, we are recruiting only. Tuesdays is gameplay stream. So if you do want to watch me play, and I will say this past Tuesday was a doozy. I'm talking like we took Coastal Carolina to the buzzer. Won on a game-winning field goal. It may have been the sloppiest game of NCAA I've ever played. So if you want to go back, that's up right now. That's up on the Twitch. That's in the VOD. So you can go and check that out if you want to. I'm going to upload it to YouTube probably at the end of this week, probably like tomorrow night or something like that. So if you want to go watch the full stream in the past, dude, we streamed for 4 hours on Tuesday. That was pretty exciting. We finished at like 3:35. Like, it was a doozy. Am I going to do that tonight? To be honest, I don't know. The goal here is honestly to get through the entire season. So if we can do that by like 2 o'clock, hey, maybe we call it, we get some Z's, we all go take a little naps. But if not, and it lasts till 4, well, then it looks like we're going to be up here till 4. So anyways, this stream, yes, it's recruiting only. We're simming every single game, right? The goal is to see if we can build UTEP into a powerhouse without ever playing a single down. Strictly right, recruiting, team building, building the roster up, roster management, all that good stuff. So that's why I bring up this handy dandy Excel sheet, right? For those of you that were not here on episode 1, this is the roster that we have. This is UTEP. I mentioned that. We're playing UTEP. This is the 2022 real life UTEP roster that lives in NCAA 14. This is our current roster. And so what we are doing is recruiting and scouting specifically to our offensive and defensive schemes using what roster the awesome people at College Football Revamped have installed into this game, right? So a couple things to take note of for some of you that weren't here prior to know going into this, right? This Excel sheet is exactly what I would use if I were, because for those of you that don't know, or if you do, I have worked for college football teams in the past, right? I was most recently the director of scouting at Texas Tech. I have worked as a personnel assistant at Texas A&M and Baylor, and I was also the assistant director of player personnel at LSU. So I've done roster management. I have recruited and scouted in real life. This is very much a real thing to me. So I figured, why not do it on a video game? Because I love both of those things. So if I can do them together, why not? So with that being said, this Excel is an example of something I would use in real life, right? If you're calculating numbers and you're calculating scholarship numbers and total roster numbers, like, it's not rocket science, folks. Like, you're using an Excel, you're counting up numbers. That's how we do it. So caveat to NCAA 14 compared to real life, right? 85 scholarship numbers. In real life, you'd have 85 guys on scholarship. However many walk-ons. I think the number's 110. I don't remember if that varies by conference or what. I never remember. But 85 scholarships. In this game, they only give you 70, which I always thought was super interesting. And I hope when they make the new one come next summer, they give you just let you have 85 guys. I just don't understand why you had to cap it. But I digress. We have to deal with 70. So 70 scholarship numbers. The way we have that broken down, on offense, we're going to try and rock 33 guys on offense. On defense, we're going to go with 35. And if my LSU math serves me correct, that is 68. And it does, because we have 2 spots left for specialists. Now, some of you are saying, Cody, that doesn't make sense. There's 3 specialists. You have kickers, punters, and long snappers. Well, NCAA 14 doesn't care about your long snappers. They give it to the highest rated offensive lineman. You know, it is what it is. That's disrespectful to long snappers, but here we are. So no spot for long snappers. You have a kicker and you have a punter. Those are your only 2 spots you need. I prefer, and again, this is just my philosophy, right? I prefer having more players on defense. I think you're going to rotate guys in and out more often on defense than you are on offense, because on offense, you got your QB, your offensive linemen are going to stay in there. Ideally, if they're healthy, you keep them in there. The only position that you're really going to rotate primarily is receivers. Maybe it depends on personnel, right? Maybe bring a couple tight ends every now and then, bring a couple, sub your running back off, maybe bring in a slot receiver, yada, yada. So I just don't think you're doing as much rotation on offense as you are on defense. I want fresh legs on defense, because our whole deal with this team building process is we are going to be like an athletic team. We are going to play fast. And the only way we can play fast is if we're fresh. So that's kind of the goal with our team, right? And then another thing I want to bring up, sorry, my lips a little chapped. Another thing I want to bring up, another little caveat to this. Whoa, follow Lopsided One. Thank you very much for following. Very much appreciated, and love seeing you in here. Thank you very much. I love a little follow, man. I love seeing that dumb little face I make in the corner. It brings me a little bit of joy. It just makes me feel a little bit better. It's awesome. So thank you again, Lopsided. I appreciate that. That's awesome. The other little caveat that the NCAA 14 does, it has position minimums, right? So with position minimums, let's say you are Mike Leach air raid offense, right? You never use a fullback. Fullback doesn't exist for you. You don't use one. In this game, they force you to have 2 fullbacks on the roster at minimum. Why? I don't know, but it drives me insane. So I have to have 2 fullbacks on the roster. And the other caveat to this is you're like, well, Cody, do you not use a fullback? No, I don't. In fact, this offense, and please don't make fun of me, okay? I know there's going to be some of you that will, but don't, okay? This is me telling you not to, because it's not nice. I came up with this offense, like a custom playbook, whatever. I didn't come up with it, but like that was kind of the fun wrinkle I wanted to throw in on this. It's called Deuce. The offensive scheme we're running is called Deuce. And with this Deuce offense, the idea is that I have 2 running backs on the field at all times. Okay, so that's the kind of the fun kicker to this offense, that we got 2 running backs on the field at all times, regardless of formation. Every single play that we run on offense has 2 running backs on it. Okay, so when you're looking at these numbers and you're understanding like kind of where we're coming from a target number standpoint, that's sort of where we're at. So if you caught episode 1, you're probably like, holy cow, Cody, you just said everything you said in episode 1. Yeah, pretty much I did. But you got to give a little refresher. 10 minutes, take 10 minutes, get everybody caught up to speed, and then we'll look at it. So the reason I bring this up, right? I want to show you guys where we're at in terms of recruiting. So when we flip to the board, you can kind of understand Chase. Chase is the loyal follower. For everyone, Chase is dropped in the chat. One, if you don't have the chat up, what are you doing? You need to have the chat up so you can interact with me and the other folks that are in here, because we had a great time. Chase can speak to it. That Coastal Carolina game on Tuesday was bananas. Chase was in here from 11:30 all the way to 3:30. He was here from horn to horn. It was awesome. And he was here the whole time, talking it up. We're talking about whatever. I think we talked about Disney princesses last time, or our favorite Disney Channel original movies. So, like, if you want excellent content like that, stay in here, dude. Just stay in. We're having good stuff. We're talking about good stuff in here. It's not just football up in here, right? So, I say that, right? So, let's go through, because what I want to do for sure, so we're all going into this looking at the same things, right? We're going to go through each position group. We're going to talk about our position minimums. We're going to talk about our height, weight, speed requirements. and we're going to talk about target numbers. Okay, just so we're kind of all in the same boat. We're looking at players, we understand what the goal is, right? That way we can be all on the same team, right? So let's start with QBs. And this one's going to sound weird already, right? Because technically, first of all, there's some of you that are like, Cody, there's so many colors on here. I don't even understand what that means. Let's do that first, right? Let's talk about the colors. Let's talk about target numbers. What does all that mean? Okay. So colors, very self-explanatory. If a player is red, right, regardless of red shirt status, they are a senior. If you are in red, you are a senior. If you are in yellow, you're a junior. If you are in green, you are a sophomore. And if you are in white, you are a freshman, okay? That's as easy as it gets. The little RS next to their name, right? You see a lot of these wide receivers are red shirts. That's all that means. That's all that little RS means. Those players have received their red shirt and cannot be red shirted in the future, right? The only person in the receiver room that could still receive a red shirt is Amari White, right? And that's why he's not tagged with the RS tag. Does that make sense, everybody? Cool. And again, if you have questions on any of this, or if you missed something, or if you're not sure what we're kind of drop something in the chat, right? Let me know. Feel free to shout it out. We'll go back, we'll backpedal, we'll talk about something. There's no problem. Okay, so feel free to pop in the chat and let me know. So quarterback, right? Target number. We're going to go for 3 QBs on the roster at all times. That's kind of the goal here. Ideally, you have your starter, an emergency backup guy, and then your freshman or young cat that's developing, right? That's kind of the goal here with us. I will say, yes, we have 2 juniors and a freshman on here. So really that checks our box when it comes to starter, backup, developmental guy. Think you want to try and recruit a quarterback every year, just because that's the position where, I mean, that's the driving force of your team, right? So if we have the chance to sign a talented player at that position, we're going to do it. Regardless of what the number says, we're going to do it. So that's just to let everyone know here, we're actively going to try and recruit a quarterback more often than not every single season. Okay, does that make sense? Also, guys, I'm seeing my frames drop here in the stream tab. I see it's dropping. Can y'all let me know if you see the quality dip, or if it starts blinking out a little bit, or I'm starting to skip a little bit? Just let me know in the chat and be like, hey man, stream's like unbearable right now. All right, cool, thank you. Because I gotta finagle with some stuff, maybe turn some stuff off the Wi-Fi, all that good stuff. So just let me know if you feel like the stream is just like tripping like crazy, or if I need to reduce the quality, that way it's running smoothly, all that good stuff. Just let me know if it's a little buggy, because I see it kind of dipping in and out, but just let me know if it's okay. Thank you, Chase, I appreciate you. So anyways, that's the quarterback position. Not gonna spend too much time on it. Ideally, I would say the biggest thing for quarterback for us will be like position minimums. So we're not trying to sign a guy that's 5'11", right? It's not a complete deal breaker if they're an absolute dude. However, ideal height weight requirement for us is probably somewhere between 6'2" and 210 pounds. That feels about right. Our minimum will probably be in the 6 foot 190 something range. I really don't want anybody in the 180 range. I really don't want anyone in the 5'11 range. However, if they're extremely athletic or if they have extreme arm talent, we'll consider it, right? There are Bryce Youngs out there that exist. There's not a lot, but obviously they're short. See, look, I knew your comment was coming, so I just had to let you know. I'm one step ahead of you. I see your chat. Lopsided said Bryce Young, not UTEP quality. No, he is. There's exceptions to the rule, right? That exists. There's anomalies. There are guys that are anomalies that do exist. However, we're not going to live off of anomalies, right? Anomalies aren't going to load up our entire room, okay? But anomalies do exist. So I digress. However, let's go to the running back position, right? So running back is a little more interesting, just because we are going with 2 running backs on the field at all times, right? If that's the case, our running backs have to be able to catch the football, right? Dynamic backs are going to play a pivotal part in our offense. So the guys that we're trying to sign, we're going to put an emphasis on athleticism, right? Size-wise, we can be willing to go a little leaner, okay? I'm okay with taking a running back that's 5'8", 5'9". I'm totally good with that. However, they can't be sub 180, 185 pounds, okay? I think our bare minimum at the running back position will be 5'8", 180. Anybody in that 170 range, you're getting into scat back territory, and I'm just like, nah, too tweener for me. And we're not looking at big old tanks, right? Derrick Henry, I get it. He's a big old dude that has straight line speed, that is impossible to tackle. I get it. He can be the anomaly, right? He can be the 240 plus guy that you say, all right, okay, we'll take him. However, our wheelhouse is going to be in that 5'11", 6 foot, 205 range, right? I think that's your perfect skill set, perfect size, perfect build, prototype, height, weight, speed combination. The biggest thing for us, honestly, when looking at the running back position, they got to be able to run. They got to be able to catch the ball, okay? That's sort of the emphasis there. And if you look at our target numbers, right, on the roster, we got 4. However, we do have a senior that's going to graduate after this year. So that means we need to find 2 guys to come play running back for us this cycle, okay? So just so we remember, when we go to that page, and obviously y'all aren't going to be able to see this, sorry. I'm going to slide this Excel sheet over to my other monitor. That way I can double check and I'll relay that to you guys as we're looking through the board. And people are like, I forgot what we need at tight end. I got you. Don't even worry about it. Just trust me. Ride the boat with me. Let me take a little swig real fast. Oh, like I said at the beginning, I am gassed. I tried this also. Product placement, ? I saw this at HEB, and I watched KSI like for a really long time when I was younger. Like I watched him all the time. This Prime, I'm not an energy drink guy necessarily. Like Monster, not for me. Red Bull, not for me. Guys, that Prime is good. Like it's legit good. I'm drinking the strawberry watermelon. Oh my goodness. It is really good. Like the only energy drinks I really drank before this, and I don't really drink these on the reg. I was just kind of feeling it tonight. The Bang energies. Oh my goodness. That might be the best energy drink I've ever had. The cotton candy. Woo, dude. That cotton candy Bang is strong. Like it is good. And this, it really does give it a run for its money. It's really good. Shout out Prime, ? Shout out Classic KSI. But man, it's really good. I used to love the FIFA pack openings that he did. Oh my God, yes. That's what like got me started on KSI. His stuff from way back when was so good. So good. Also, yeah, get Will Levis to transfer. No kidding. That would change the entire thing for us. So anyways, let's get into, so that's the running back position, right? We want dudes that can run. We want dudes that can catch football. Wide receiver is a little bit more interesting too, only because we're limited in our amount of guys that are honestly going to be on the field at once, right? Like since we have 2 backs on the field at all times, the amount of receivers that we can have out there at once is 3. So I really don't want role players at wide receiver, especially if I'm only giving myself 8 of them. I need guys that can do everything. I need multifaceted receivers. And so for me, the biggest thing at this position, again, we still have an identity, right? What's our identity? Speed. We are athletic. I don't care, and this will be our range, right? Our range is going to be wide. This will probably be the position with the most diversity when it comes to body types and height, weight minimums, right? I'm good with anybody that's between 5'10" and 6'6", honestly. And for weight wise, I'm good in the 180, 175 2, like 215, 220 range. I think if we were getting to 6'5", 220, 6'6", 225, 230 guys, we're looking at tight ends, right? Like you're kind of looking at those hybrid slot tight end, big body, long seam killer guys. Like that's kind of what you're looking at once you get that big. But at the receiver position, guys, they can be the smallest body type for us, 5'10", 180. They can be 6'5", 210. As long as they can run and they're in between that, I don't care. That's what it is, right? That's where our mold is. On offense, we're going to be fast. On defense, we're going to be fast. So our receivers, ultimately, body type can be whatever they want as long as they can catch the football and are functional blockers. That's all we need them to do. No, I don't need any scats. I don't need any true slot options, right? Like the 5'6", 170 guys. Like, that's just not our mold. That's not what we're going to do. Worst case, our guys, you know, I really think the minimum we'll go with is 5'10", because ultimately at 5'10", unless your wingspan is like crazy long, your catch radius is going to be too small, and that's not what we're here for. So wide receiver, as you can see, we have 9. We're going to lose 2, but our target number is 8. So we really only need 1 wideout in this cycle. I think skill guys too are some of the easier ones to recruit in this game specifically. So I'm not too worried about receivers. I'm honestly not too worried about running back either. I think those guys come up and we can figure those guys out towards the end. However, next position group is tight ends. And this one is the one that's sort of interesting. I think if we look at our roster, and we will, right, as we kind of go through and we'll open the game up and you'll see stuff like that. We'll look at our stats and you'll see the depth chart and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's not ideal. At the tight end position, we're going to focus primarily on inline Ys, right? Some of you are like, what does that mean? What is an inline Y? So the tight end position has become sort of this cool, unique position. It's really developed into sort of a sexy position. Like I used to hate watching tight ends out of high school. I was not a huge fan of it. And I used to love watching linebackers. And that was in 2015, 2014, I guess, when I got started. Now, completely flipped. I love watching tight ends now. And I think linebackers, especially inside linebackers, are some of the most difficult guys to project on the roster. The reason for that, tight ends now can just be, tight ends have so many different meanings, right? Like, so an inline Y is sort of, if you close your eyes, right, and you think of like Jason Witten with the Cowboys, right? Always attached to the offensive line, right? For the most part. Not very often did Jason Witten go line up in the slot and was a pure pass catcher, right? Or think about Rob Gronkowski. When he's in line and attached to the offensive line and just smoking dudes in the run game, that's what the inline Y, right? That's what that person is. And their route tree was probably a little more limited, a little more focused on the intermediate underneath game, right? So when you think of Jason Witten, in line as a run blocker, he's very strong at the point of attack. Not the most twitched up route runner, right? Not someone you would say like, oh, who's a good route runner that showed like great burst off the line and was had great top end speed. Jason Witten does not come to your mind, right? The way Jason Witten wins is with wiggle. He's excellent at separating at the top of his routes because he's a salesman at the top of his routes, right? He wins with wiggle. He wins with physical and being able to box out defenders, right? That's more of the style we want because we're going to ask our tight ends to block so much in the run game. However, they still have to be able to catch the ball and be functional as receiving threats. I don't need Darren Waller running up the seam and being a vertical guy, right? That's sort of what I'm emphasizing. The slot tight end, you have guys like Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, and those type of players that make their money being receiver threats in the slot, right? We want someone more like Jason Witten that is going to be a true wide tight end that is going to kill in the blocking game and be a threat as a pass catcher, but not someone that's going to go down the seam and get a ton of like big plays for us. Okay. They're going to be move the chain guys, right? So that makes sense. And and to go back on my point, right, with the linebackers, like linebackers coming out of high school now, nobody plays just straight up inside backer. Nobody's playing like a true stand-up Mike anymore. A lot of teams now with their best players or their most athletic guys, they either line them up off the edge or they have their most athletic guy playing like a center field safety and they just let him roam back there. There's nobody that's like I say nobody, right? It's just hardly anyone is keying and diagnosing from the inside linebacker spot anymore. That's just not what they do. They line them up off the edge or they line them up in the back center field. So it's just a different game, right? That's all it is. It's just time, game changes, all that good stuff. So anyways, back to looking at a tight end position, right? We're losing a fullback and we're losing a tight end to graduation. So for us, the goal is to have 3 tight ends on scholarship. After this year, we're only going to have 2. So I'm looking right now. Did I do my math wrong? We only need 2. We're losing 1. We have 2 on the roster. Guys, I think I did my math wrong. Because that's a tight end. Side's a tight end. Fryer's a tight end. We only lose 1. We'll have 2 left on the roster. Our goal is to... excuse me. LSU math. I know. I'm sorry. I even crossed myself up. Our target number is 4. That's why I was like, I am so confused at why this is incorrect. So, sorry. The target number for us at tight end is 4. 3 is the amount we have on the roster right now. So, confused myself. Excellent. Love that. Great job, everyone. So apologies. The goal is to have 4 tight ends on the roster. We currently have 3. We will lose 1 that graduates. That will leave us needing 2 tight ends on the roster. Math. Everyone, math. Math. Great job. We did it. Math. We did it. That's why it took me so long to graduate. And, the math part was very hard in the Kines classes. So, anyways, we move on here. We're going to lose a fullback. We got 1 on the roster. Have to have 2. So, we will take 1. It's one of those things, too. So, the game knows you need roster minimums. Let's say, for instance, you're like, Cody, you don't even need to recruit 1, right? Yeah. What happens is the game gives you 1. So if they're going to give me 1, we might as well recruit 1. It's really no big deal. These guys won't really play for us. The only time they might show up is on special teams, but we're not going to put focus and effort really into recruiting a fullback. If we have 1 on there that's interested, yeah, we'll probably take them. Maybe they work out as a tight end sometimes. Who knows? So we'll have 2 on the roster. So we need to get some hefties back there. So now we'll move to the offensive line. And if I remember correctly on this, which I think I do, since I've done this twice now, we are losing 3. These 3, 2 are our starting tackles, right? Our starting left tackle and our starting right tackle are leaving. And I believe our backup center is leaving. So I say that means we need to replace 2 tackles and an interior guy. So when we're looking at offensive line and position minimums and stuff like that, the offensive line, we're going to be a little more strict with in terms of height, weight, just because really one of the bigger factors, especially among offensive linemen, is length, right? You can have a 6'3" tackle if they have like 34 plus arms, right? But in this game, they don't have arm length. So for us, we're going to use the height as our indicator of length, which, sort of correlates, but it's not true. It's not true to scale. So what we'll do is we'll have a hard out on 6'4" for tackles, right? That's our minimum. 6'4" minimum for tackles, 280 pounds. And I say 280 because at the group of 5 level, you can get away with a lighter tackle as long as they're athletic. They got to be athletic and they got to be strong. So you can be 280 and strong and move around. You got to be able to move around. That's our biggest thing. Our tackles have to be athletic. So 6'4", 280 for tackles. Interior guys, we can live in the 6'3" range. I really do not want to take 6'2" interior guys. That's just too small in my opinion. Ideally, these guys are 290 minimum, maybe 300 minimum. It'll depend. If they're super athletic, right, they can probably manage, especially as like a center, right? Your center can be in that 290 range. That's fine. Ideally, though, for us, our guards are ass kickers. They're maulers in the run game. So the way we want big bodies, right? We want big bodies in the interior. That way we can move people off the ball. So for us, we really want like 6'3", 300 pounders, right? That's kind of the minimum there. Ideally, we're getting guys in that 315 range that are just smoking people off the ball, all right? Bo the legend, let's go. Bo! I love me some Bo, man. I miss me some Bo, dude. Bo's a phenomenal member of our LSU video staff when I was there. Bo's the best. So thank you, Bo, for being here, dude. I appreciate it, man. So that's kind of the offensive, right? So really, we're looking at 9 bodies on offense to sign. So again, checking LSU math, right? Very good. 2 + 1 is 3, + 2 is 5, + 1 is 6, + 3 is 9. We did it. So we did it. 9. That's the number. 9 on offense. Excellent. Moving to defense. So this is where it gets a little dicey. The defensive part's such a pain. And so I think we'll really get an idea for it. Man, I can't stress this enough. When I open the depth chart, you guys will want to cover your eyes because the depth chart's bad. It's bad, and it's nothing against UTEP, right? Again, this is nothing against UTEP. I don't know them. I do not know their roster. I do not know their team. It's nothing against them. And honestly, this is probably more of a fault of mine than it is theirs. They're not built for a 3-4 defense. You're going to see defensive ends on this roster that are literally like 6'2", 220 something. That's not how it works for us. That's just not how we're going to do it. So let me explain, and I'll explain these parentheses in here, right? There's a reason that those parentheses exist, okay? So I'll start with defensive end. So for us, since we're running a 3-4 defense, I don't know if I mentioned that or not. Newsflash, we're running a 3-4 defense. So with the 34 defense, again, ask questions in the chat if you get confused, okay? I'm going to use a lot of terms and terminology that I'm familiar with, and it's just kind of second nature at this point, and I start to kind of question myself. I'm like, do people know what that is? If they don't, please tell me. Ask if you have a question. It is no big deal. I want to explain it that way everyone understands what I'm saying. And if not, feel free to ask. Or maybe if you tune out and you skip something and I start saying something, you're like, I don't know, what is a bench backer? I don't understand. Ask me. It's literally no issue at all. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So with the defensive ends, right? Let me see. This team is old. Yeah, dude, this team is pretty old. On offense, we're losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're losing 8 on offense. We're losing 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I mean, we're losing 18 seniors out of 70 guys. Like, that's a pretty good group that we're losing. Yeah, I mean, that's a good amount of bodies. And I think we're losing a specialist too. Yeah, we're losing a specialist. So we're losing at least like 19. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think that's kind of part of the fun of it, right? Like, guys will go, like, I mean, we're going to be able to change at least a quarter of this roster in a season, right? Like, that's kind of the fun. You're bringing in like 20 guys. Like, that is part of the fun with this. So let's look at defense. I apologize. So let's go to the defensive ends, right? So we're running a 3-4, which means our defensive ends are true 4-eyes, right? A 4-eye is a technique. There's 0 through 9 in terms of techniques that defensive linemen can be in. When you look at it, just think of these guys playing on the inside shoulder of the offensive tackles, right? So when the offensive tackles are out there, these defensive ends will line up shaded towards their inside shoulder, okay? That is a 4-eye technique, okay? That's what that means. So when I say 4-eye, that means they're lining up as a 4-eye technique. That's what that is. These bodies, especially when we move to the defensive tackle too, right? Because in a 3-4 defense, we're running 2 4-eyes and a nose tackle. Those body types are extremely hard to find. They are rare humans when it comes to height, weight, speed, right? So in our 4-eyes, position minimums, these are gargantuan humans. So we're really looking at nobody shorter than 6'4", ideally 270 plus pounds. The goal for our 4-eyes are to be run stoppers. I think this is very important, especially to our defensive philosophy. Guys, if you do not stop the run, you do not earn the ability to rush the passer. And I feel very strongly in that. That's sort of a defensive philosophy of mine. You earn the right to rush the passer. And how do you do that? By stopping the run. So for us, our 4-eyes are going to be stout run stoppers. They're going to be long, athletic, strong at the point of attack, run defenders. That's our goal with our defensive ends, okay? So big body guys, big body guys, 6'4", 270, can get away with, I think that's probably the minimum we can get away with. Ideally, these cats are 6'5", 280 something, 290. 6'5", 290 is probably where you're like, ooh, man, prototype, chef's kiss. That's exactly what we want. So that's sort of the goal of defensive end. Moving to defensive tackle, you'll sort of see our scholarship numbers, right? So we're looking for 3 defensive ends, which will be very difficult just given that the body type is so rare in general. We could find ourselves potentially down the line. Maybe we live with someone that's 6'3". Maybe we can get away with someone that's in the 260 range. It'll sort of depend where we're at in the recruiting process, okay? Moving to D tackles. D tackles are true noses for us, guys. So we don't need a multitude of body types here. We want a big dude. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we just want a big dude. I would say our position minimum here is going to be 6'2", 310. Ideally, these guys are a little heavier than that, right? Our nose tackle, like ideally for us, if we can get like a 330-pound cat down there that can really plug the middle of the line of scrimmage. The goal for us is to have a bunch of big, long dudes that are 2-gapping on the defensive front, right? And so what I mean by 2-gapping is that instead of just firing off the ball, that's a 1-gap. So, right? So a 1-gapping defensive lineman is someone that just fires off the ball into one singular gap, right? As soon as the ball snapped, their goal is to I'm going to shoot through this gap, okay? 2-gapping is holding up your point, right? It's holding up your spot, which is essentially head up on an offensive lineman, and you are playing this gap in this gap. Wherever the ball goes, that's the gap you're heading to, right? So that's 2-gapping. Our guys on the defensive front are 2-gappers. So you need to have big, stout, strong defenders, right? That can hold the point, hold their gap, and shed their offensive linemen to get to the ball carrier, right? That's sort of the goal. Their goal is to plug up the holes in the run game. So with that being said, our nose tackle, we don't need a lot of nose tackles. We're only running 1 defensive tackle, and it's a big boy nose. So we currently have 7 on the roster. We lose 2. What we're probably going to end up doing is shifting some of these guys to either defensive end or outside linebacker. We're going to have to play around after the season's over when we do position changes just to make sure everyone fits. So with that being said, you're probably like, Cody, there's parentheses. I don't understand what that means. The parentheses are for our role players. So I'm good with having situational guys, especially along the defensive front in terms of pass rushers. Also, I throw the parentheses in there because let's say there is a nose tackle. Let's say, for instance, we have nobody leaving at the nose tackle position, right? Yet there's a total monster nose tackle that just wants to be a UTEP minor so bad. If he's out there, we take that guy. If we have a talented nose tackle that wants to come here, we take them because those body types are very rare. And if we have one that's interested in coming to UTEP and he is interested in signing, we will take those, right? Just because we have 3 on the roster doesn't mean we doesn't mean we say no to talented players, okay? So that's sort of what the goal is. I know, Bo, it's tough, man. A lot of people want to be UTEP minors these days, so I totally get it. But we also think of that extra spot, right? That parentheses, that extra defender is also potentially someone that we could sign as a sub-package pass rusher. And what I mean by that is, for instance, your nose tackles are phenomenal for stopping the run, right? Your defensive ends, your true four eyes are phenomenal at stopping the run. However, these are large humans, which means they're not necessarily, there are some obviously that exist, but they're not necessarily, like for instance, Tyree Wilson could play four eye. Gabe Hall at Baylor, four eye. Eric Armstead, four eye. Like those are gigantic, large dudes, but they're not necessarily designed to be consistent pass rushers. So we can make room for someone on our roster that's a situational pass rusher, right? 1st and 10, maybe this guy's not in the game, but we get to like 3rd and deep, 3rd and long. Clearly this is going to be a pass play. That's when you sub in your situational pass rusher and they come in and wreak havoc on passing downs with fresh legs, right? Does that make sense to everyone? That's sort of the idea with that position. So, oh man, moving out and drink. I need a drink because we're moving to outside linebackers and it's a dumpster fire here. Ugh. Guys, I'm just going to put it to you straight up. We don't have a left outside linebacker on the roster. So I know you're like, what? Yeah, we don't have one on the roster. There is not a single guy that is listed as a left outside linebacker on the team. No idea why, honestly. Genuinely don't know. But whoever decided to put these roster in was like, no, they definitely don't have a left outside guy. No way. We don't even need one. They don't have one. So for us, we're gonna, for this season in particular, right? Like I know we're in it, right? We're already in it. And when we look at the depth chart, you're gonna be like, Cody, this looks ridiculous. Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. So the way the outside linebacker position works in our ideal scheme, okay, I'm basing it off of Dave Aranda's terminology. I say that because that's the one I'm the most familiar with. That's the one I'm most comfortable with. And that's the one I understand the best in terms of like what you're asking them to do and what their body types look like. So in Dave Aranda's defense, we are going to use his terminology. So the left outside linebacker for us, we will call that a B backer or a bench backer. And on our right side, on the right outside linebacker, we're going to call that our F or our field backer. Okay? So if you guys want to close your eyes and just imagine the body types, right? We're going to talk about our bench backer, okay? So everyone close your eyes, right? Just imagine. Bench backer, okay? Can y'all hear me okay if I whisper real good in this mic right here? Okay. Our bench backer, right? So close your eyes. So you can visualize in your mind what this person looks like, okay? So imagine you have your bench backer, right? 6'4" minimum, 240 pound minimum. If he's a very tall boy, like a 6'5", 6'6", maybe you can get away with 235. That's okay. This person's gonna have length. They're gonna be long, leaner, athletic build. Super twitched up, very, very dominant pass rusher. And this person's going to get after the quarterback with elite burst and get off. And they're going to be excellent with their hands. All right. Wow. Wow. That was excellent. Did we all envision Arden Key? Because I did. That's exactly who I envisioned. That's who that is, to be honest with you. So the bench backer ideally is your pass rusher that has length and speed, right? That's how this person wins. This person's going to be primarily asked to rush the passer and every now and then cover the flat in terms of passing downs. Like sometimes they can go kick out to the flat and go cover in space down there. That's okay. But really this person's getting paid to sack the quarterback, right? Like that's the whole goal. Moving to field backer. Field backer is someone like Corey Thompson. So for those that don't know Corey Thompson, he was originally he signed with LSU as a safety, like as a strong safety, and then he bulked up like crazy and moved to outside linebacker. So field backer for us is going to be someone in that 6'2 minimum, probably 225, 230 range. The skill set on this person is very interesting. Like this person is borderline a jack of all trades, master of none, however you want to describe it. You're going to ask this person to do a lot. This person's going to set the edge. This person's going to play contain. This person's going to cover the flat. Sometimes they're going to ask to drop into sort of a hook zone. This person's going to be asked potentially to cover in the slot. However, they're also going to be the person that you take off the field when we go nickel. Okay? So I know you're like, wow, that person has to do a lot of things and they're not on the field all the time. Yeah, that's sort of the raw end of the deal there. This person's very much going to have a role they're very much a role-centric player. You're going to ask them to essentially be a first and second down player. The goal for this guy is to really be a force in the run game that can also make plays outside the tackle if need be. Okay, so that's sort of the goal of this player. 6'2", 220 minimum. You can get away with them being, slightly shorter, I guess you would say. It's okay because their goal really is to be a force guy. Their goal is not to make a ton of plays. Their goal is to be a force player. So really this person you're kind of asking to do a bunch of stuff, but not necessarily on the field all the time. So very interesting position. This field backer position, I always thought was the most interesting in this defense. So that's kind of how we're at it outside. So let's remember the main thing to remember, right, is our left outside is going to be a bench or a B backer, whatever you want to call it, your pass rusher. And our right outside linebacker is going to be our F or our field backer, jack of all trades, master of none. That's the position we sub out when we go nickel. Okay, cool, great. Moving on to inside linebacker. Again, we need 2 of these because we're going to lose one. And our goal number is 5. We got to sign 6 backers alone in this cycle. We got to sign a ton of linebackers. So we'll see how it goes. Potentially we can knock a safety down if they have a good enough size. Maybe we move some of these defensive ends over to inside linebacker due to height, weight. So we'll get there. It's just going to be, it could be a little bit of a train wreck. So inside linebacker for us, right? We want, this is sort of, and this is going to sound silly. Sorry, there's little hairs on my microphone. I want to get them out of here. So this is going to sound a little silly, but this is kind of the position where we can lean a little bit away from speed. And now you don't have to say that to anyone. That can stay between us, okay? Nobody else had to hear that. However, this is sort of the position where we can get away with a little bit slower guys top end. However, these guys need to be able to trigger, right? These guys have to have burst, they have to have twitch, they got to be able to run to the football off the snap, right? Burst and agility and change of direction. That's our biggest thing here with these guys because they have to trigger to the football between the tackles. That is the goal. So these guys need to be true. What some would term, the term that people would use is kind of as a thumper, right? More of a thumper style. And a thumper is someone that makes their living between the hashes and is essentially able to stack and shed offensive linemen with ease because they're big, strong guys that essentially eliminate anything between the hashes. That's our inside linebackers' goals. So we don't even need to necessarily differentiate, but because we're going to have 2 inside linebackers playing, right? We don't even need to differentiate height, weight for these guys because it's essentially the same. So for us, we're kind of living in that 6'2", sort of similar to the field backer in that 6'2" range. We would ideally like guys that are a little heavier, maybe more in that 230-ish range, 240 we can even live with. If we're getting to 250, we're sort of getting into that tweener, like D lineman range, and we don't want that. Our guys still have to be able to move around. However, height's really, not a huge factor. Like, you can be 6'2", you can be 6'5", it's no big deal. Like, even honestly, we can probably get away with 6'1", as long as you're strong as hell and sort of an ass kicker on the interior, and you can key and diagnose, you're good to go. So those guys are going to be tough SOBs that want to plug up the middle of the field and essentially are bringing down ball carriers between tackles. Now, the position group I really like the most is DBs, especially with this defense. Corners and safeties, guys, we're looking at them in the same light. I really want to simplify this back half because to me, when I go nickel, and for some of you, I feel like I've said that a lot. If you don't know what nickel defense is, that essentially just means you're adding a third corner, right? Or an extra DB. For us, you're adding an extra DB. For us, that's a third corner. That's why I say that. I like to add a third corner. More and more teams nowadays are doing safeties. A lot of these people are adding stars, right? That's a big, hot, sexy position these days, is the star position. So if you think of a star, there's two sort of types of stars that people use now. Alabama's star is someone like Minkah Fitzpatrick. So think Minkah. He's someone that can do literally everything. He can cover, he can play man coverage in the slot. He can walk down in the box against the run, and he can play deep center field as a free safety. He can do everything. That's what their star does. But he's more of a cover-centric safety. That's sort of his goal. And then you have people like, for instance, if you're a Texas Tech fan, like Marquise Waters, right? Or Muddy Waters. Muddy is like 6'1", 215, 220, sort of your hybrid safety linebacker. Think of Minkah Fitzpatrick as your hybrid safety corner, right? So it's different flavors of the same position. Some people like chocolate, some people like vanilla. It's whatever flavor you prefer. For me, I almost want a pure corner nickel. Not even the Alabama star. I really want another corner out there. And the reason I want another corner out there is because I'm playing heavy man coverage. Ideally, I want to have a guy that I know when I'm bringing in another corner on the field, he can play man up with the slot. He can play man up with whatever receiver or tight end or running back they throw out there. I'm going to ask him to cover. He does not necessarily need to be a run stopper. I have plenty of those guys in the box. That's okay. So with the defensive backs, we are going to do a 5'10" minimum here. And if you're 5'10", you got to be able to roll. Okay, that's sort of our deal. Again, our mantra on defense is fast. Our mantra on defense is athletic. Really, our whole team is speed. That's our goal. Our goal is to be fast. These guys have to be able to run. So if they're 5'10", they got to be like seriously hauling ass. Like they got to be able to go. Minimum weight is probably 165, right? Really, it's 170. 165, we say okay. Again, they gotta be an elite top end speed guy. Emmanuel Forbes, Mississippi State, coming out of the draft this year, 165 at the combine. You can get away with that guy because he had elite ball skills, great speed. I think he had like 5 pick sixes in his college career, something like that. It was absurd. Those guys are the anomaly, right? You take them if they're elite at the position and if they have elite athletic traits, okay? Top end wise, for corners, we're probably, 205. We can get away with it. Probably going to steer more at the safety position. We're going to have to just see what the bodies look like on the roster, right? The bigger you are, the more likely you are to play safety. The faster you are, the more likely you are to play corner. However, if you're 6'2", 200 and you can go, I just need you on the field. Wherever you fit best works for us. Ideally, our safeties maybe are able to tackle a little bit better, a little more physical players. You'll probably slide to safety. The more pure cover guys will slide to corner. Does that make sense? Okay. So what we're looking at here with, all of these positions, you're looking at 4, Plus 2 is 6. Plus 3 is 9. We need to get away with 2 of these. So potentially 1. Dude, it's tough, guys. Like, really, we need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to have to see. Height-ho. Welcome. Height, though. That's on me. Height, though. Height, though. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you better play this for 4+ seasons. Oh, dude, no question. There's no question. Honestly, we're about to get through season 1 tonight, hopefully. If you're just now joining us, we're in week 3. And let me just skip to this so I can open the thing up, right? Special teams wise, we need a kicker. Okay? No height weight minimum there. Put it through the uprights. That's all we ask. And if you're a punter, get it down there. That's all we ask. Okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this monitor back so I can see what we're looking at. Hiaito fuck. Oh man, I didn't even mean to say bad words. I was trying not to cuss on this stream. Hiaito makes sense. That makes way more sense. That's really funny, actually. Okay, Hiaito. Yeah, that makes way more sense. That's really funny. Wow, what a cool guy, me. All right. Oh my goodness, y'all. Do y'all see this? I actually don't think y'all can. Look at this. Hey, that green's not supposed to be there, guys. Just FYI. So I'm going to restart the console. Give me like 1 second. That's hilarious. Well, that's not good, everyone. Give me 1 second as I restart. Ta-da. And we turn it back on. Okay. Hopefully that opens up normal. Yay! Wow. That's the first time that's happened. That's the first time I've actually had it freeze. So that's pretty cool. I'll ask the chat because it was such a good one last time. Can you put your favorite Disney Channel original movie in the chat? All right. Here we go. Here we are. Also, for some of you that don't know, I don't know how many people. Brink, great answer, Chase. Great answer. Brink is such a good Disney Channel original movie. For those of you that don't know, College Football Revamped is this is on Xbox 360. So I got my Xbox 360 modded specifically so I could run this College Football Revamped. So College Football Revamped is essentially these folks that like completely edited the logos, the jerseys, the stadiums for all the teams in NCAA 14. And they just made it into like this sexy, updated, up-to-date version. Like, it's insane what this thing looks like. It is so cool. I had the Xbox, but I sold that when I heard it's easier. Oh, dude, it's 1,000% easier. 100%. I would highly recommend, if you have the PlayStation version, or if you have a PC, yes, you have a digital on PS3. Yeah, 100%. Like, that's the way to do it. All you got to do is go to like College Football Revamp's Twitter or the website or the Discord, and they literally show you like step by step the installation process. I paid $50 to send my current 360 to some guy in Birmingham. Shout out to Tony, I think is his name. Tony installs or like something like that in Birmingham, Alabama, and he literally just put it in for me and was like, here you go. And I was like, great, thank you. So I've been playing it. I've had no problems. It's been excellent outside of course, this one freeze that you all got to watch. So other than that, it's been pretty sweet. No complaints so far. It's been awesome. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to open up recruiting. And also what I'm going to do is open my Excel sheet onto my monitor so I can see it. Let me check. Oh, goodness. Give me 1 second. I want to do it so I can read it. Of course, I can't see my Excel sheet on this monitor because my game's on it. Give me 1 second. Just real fast, I promise. Y'all can still see the game though. There we go. That's why. So it's being done. There we go. Okay. So what we're going to do also, if you missed the beginning of this, we're 0-3, which is sort of a bummer. But again, it points to how not great our roster currently is, especially with the scheme that we're doing. Ugh, it's sort of a nightmare right now. So we're going to figure it out as best we can. Yeah, seems like a headache to install. Totally was. Shout out Tony. He was fantastic. He let me know literally like, hey man, opened up your box today. Gonna fix it tomorrow. Like super nice guy. Got it to me within like a week. It was excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into it, especially if we can still play Online Dynasty. Yeah, that's the only thing is I don't know if you can play Online Dynasty. That was not as big of a factor to me. Not as many of my buddies play it as much anymore. Definitely like I will say, and Bo might have been there for some of that stuff because he was in the building. The amount, dude, like we had an Online Dynasty between us guys, like in the personnel office when I was there. This was back to when because I was working as a student at LSU from 2015 to 17. So it was just after NCAA 14 came out, but all the stuff was still working, right? Like you could go on the website online and you could recruit your guys on the web app and stuff like that. Y'all, we literally would be sitting in the personnel office at LSU. This whole thing that people on the outside, right, that don't know, they're like, man, I bet those guys are working so hard. They must know ball so well. They must be grinding film nonstop. No, we're literally recruiting for our made up dynasty in a actual football office where real life recruiting's happening. So that's what we were doing. It was electric. We were all in the same conference. We all picked I think it was Big East teams or Conference USA is 100% what it was. We're all Conference USA teams and all just playing each other. It was phenomenal. That was some of my best experiences in that room was doing stupid crap like that. So guys, let's take a look at the board. Honestly, I take that back. Let's take a look at the depth chart because boys and girls, this depth chart's so bad. Nothing against UTSA though. It's really not, I promise. I don't know them. It's just they don't fit with my scheme necessarily and it makes it hard. So depth chart wise, honestly, offensively, we're pretty good, especially when it comes to height, weight minimums, right? That's some of the more important parts of this that we can actually point to. That's some of the data that we can actually kind of mess around with and really see. 6'3", 205, great. 6'2", 210, great. 5'11", 189, not ideal. Jake McNamara, not ideal, but you are a freshman, you're just a baby. And look at this agility and acceleration. I mean, he is twitched up. So not ideal for us, but just sort of an idea, right? Where's the bar at, right? Are we low? Are we high? Where are we at? Probably right in the middle here. Our starter and our backup are excellent. Our young baby, not ideal, but maybe we out-recruit him. Who knows? We'll see. Running back position, 6'2", 205. Excellent. However, what's the big thing we notice? Just off the cusp, right? Just right off the rip. What do we notice with our running backs that stands out? .84 speed, guys. That's our fastest one. Fastest cat back there is 84 speed. Probably not going to cut it for us. Another one is, let's see, the catching. Yeah, nobody can really catch the ball super well. 62, 63, 60, 59, not ideal. However, I will say from a height weight perspective, 6'2", 205 is excellent. 6'2", 215 is excellent. 5'8", 220. That's a thick boy, y'all. That's a thick boy back there. But it checks. That fits our mold. 5'6", 190. 5'6" is a little too short for us. Again, running back, sort of that weird one where really any body type can get back there as long as you're thick enough. 5'6" is a little too tiny, though, ideally. So running back's in a decent spot. Fullbacks, we don't care. We're going to skip right through. We don't care. We don't use them. Tyron Smith. So, again, we can't run. Like, we got two cats. We got 79 and an 80 out here playing receiver. We are not fast. We don't have a lot of burners out here at wideout. So we need to get faster. However, 5'7", 180, that's too small. However, he is definitely like our best player and one of our best players on the entire roster. So we're willing to have it now, for sure, because he's like the best player. Everyone else is good. Like 6'1", 194, great. 6 foot 205, great. 5'7", 178, a little too small. 6'3", 205, excellent. 6 foot 180, great. Like, really only one guy didn't fit the bill. I mean, really two, but he's our best player, so you can live with that. Also, just because someone fits the bill for us, height, weight, and maybe even speed, if they're not a good enough football player, we're not going to sign them, right? Just because they got high weight speed does not mean they're automatic check the box in. You still have to have good enough positional traits. If you don't have good enough positional traits, you can't play for us. And you'll notice when we get to the board, there's going to be some guys that are not very talented, that we're probably going to have to consider whether or not we need to recruit them or not. Tight end position, man, this one's tough too. 6'1", 248. It's not long enough not to play tight end for us. The weight's good, but 6'1" is just not going to cut it in terms of length. 6'1", again, 245. 6'4", he's a young baby, right? 6'4", 205. However, 205. Guys, that's too lean. That's a wideout. Like, if this person's attached, right? Kind of like we were saying earlier. If this is our Travis Kelce, Darren Waller mold, you can live with 6'4", 205. Like, you can live with that. But we're going to attach this guy to the tackle. He's going to attach to the offensive line, and he's going to ask to block as an inline Y. There's no way. He's going to get blown off the ball. So we can't have guys like that on the roster. That's just not, it doesn't fit us. Now, let's say Luke was 6'4", 205 and could run. Like, if this was in the 80-something range, maybe he's got a shot as a wide receiver. But 6'4", 205 as a tight end, not going to cut it. So really our tight end's in a bad spot, right? In terms of body type, height, weight, none of these guys fit the bill, unfortunately. Chase still got PTSD from those drops against Coastal. Oh, dude, no, I'm not kidding you. Guys, and Chase is referring in the chat. He is referring to the Tuesday night stream. For those of you that are in here that don't know, on Tuesday nights we do a gameplay stream, and that's where we're actually like playing games and stuff like that. The Tuesday night matchup, the last game of the night on Tuesday against Coastal Carolina, was a dumpster fire of a game. I think we ended up with, what, 7 drops? We had 7 drops as an offense in that game, and it was abysmal. But we ended up winning on a game-winning field goal. If you want to check that game out, it's literally the last game of the night on Tuesday. If you go to the Tuesday stream in the VODs, just fast forward to the end, honestly. That whole game was incredible. But yeah, I'm probably going to post that on YouTube probably tomorrow night. So if y'all want to subscribe to that, go check out the YouTube channel. I have all of my Twitch streams from the past are on there. I think there's only 2 on there right now, maybe 3. But yeah, go check it out. Good stuff over there. Hopefully going to be adding more stuff as we go. But let's move to the tackle position. I won't get too crazy on this one. Essentially, offensive tackle wise, we're actually pretty good. 6'6", 300 is great. 6'3", 340, that's a guard, so we'll kick them inside. And they already are. That's our center. 6'3", 335, again, probably more of a guard. Let's see, 6'3", 305 guard, but that checks. 6'3", 340 guard, or excuse me, interior. 6'2", 309. Again, a little shorter than we'd like. 6'2" we can live with, but they just got to be strong. And 85 strength is okay. It's not great. Ideally, Cedric's a little bit heavier. 6'3", 302 is good. Yep, same guys. 6'4", 295 is fine. 89 strength we sort of like. Wish he was a little bit heavier in terms of interior. Honestly, could kick out to tackle. He could kick out to tackle. Because he probably is a little bit longer at 6'4". 6'3", 340, yep. 6'2", 309, yep. And then right tackles, Jeremiah Byers, 6'4", 315. Could honestly play inside or outside because he's strong and has the size. He's more of a swing guy. Could play either. So we'll go to the defensive front, and this is sort of what I'm talking about when I say we have, I'll put it lightly, we have limited, I guess that's a nice way of putting it. We have limited bodies that fit the mold here. 6'1", 240 in, no. 6'2", 260 end, no. 6'1", 246 end, no. So none of those guys fit, good to know, nor do they fit as a defensive tackle because, as we mentioned, our D tackles are noses, and those guys need to be like 300 something plus. Defensive ends, I gotta be 270. We ain't even got a soul sniffing 270. Nor do we have anybody sniffing 6'4". So these are hard nose. These guys could potentially, like 6'1", 246, could be a field backer, but they're not fast enough. 6'2", 260 is like a textbook tweener, so no. When I say tweener, that means someone that's in between positions, right? So a tweener, they're in between position fits. He's not big enough to be a interior defensive lineman, and he's not athletic enough to play linebacker. So he's kind of stuck in this weird purgatory of positions, so we don't want those. And 6'1", 240 could potentially play linebacker, not long enough to play on the edge. So this person's really a linebacker prospect that's not fast enough. So again, not ideal. Right in, do we have anybody? See, like 6'3", 245, okay. Not a defensive end, but if they have some pass rush ability, they could potentially be a bench backer for us. They're little low on the height. They're just an inch short on the height requirement, but one of our talented players, one of our more talented players, he's probably going to switch over to pass rusher next season. Yeah, guys, we just don't have the body types on defensive end. Now, nose tackle, Keenan Stewart, 6'1", 305. Not ideal in terms of height, but 305 works, right? Hits that 300-pound threshold. 6'1", 315. Again, definitely on the weight threshold. A little short, but given what we got, we take both of those guys. You know what I mean? Blake Thompson, 6', 285. Too short and not heavy enough. 6'1", 265. Again, textbook tweener. Not big enough to play interior D-line. Not long enough or athletic enough to play on the edge. So textbook tweener, probably not going to find a home. 6', 285, exact same deal as Blake Thompson, just not long enough for us. Outside linebacker. So, man, the line, for some reason, I get like ultimately triggered when I go to the linebackers, solely because I know there was a human being out there that was like, I don't even want to give him an outside. I don't even care to give him a left outside. I just don't. I don't care. And that makes me mad. Honestly upsetting. So for us at outside, again, this is our pass rushing position. However, we have like literally no one above 6'3" on this team, essentially, on defense. We just don't. So nobody really fits the bill here. Guys, we're putting a big old Band-Aid on this position group. To be honest, we're just working with what we have, and we're just gonna see if we can find some guys in the cycle. Like, we might have a bunch of young cats playing next year potentially. Like, we're just gonna see how it goes. We're just gonna throw caution to the wind and just see how it goes next year. But yeah, we're very much patching this group. Along the interior, actually feel a lot better. You know, 6 foot 230, 6'2", 230, 6'2", 230, 6'1", 234. Like, honestly, a lot of those guys check out, especially from the weight perspective. 6 foot, not ideal. Probably one at least closer to 6'2", but like, we can get away with 6'2", 6'1". The other outside backer position, 6'2", 240. Honestly, out of everybody on the defensive side of the ball, Tyrus Knight might fit the best. In terms of field backer or inside linebacker, Tyrus Knight checks the box. He's got agility, he's got acceleration, he's got awareness, he's got fine long speed, right? He's fine. We don't need a bunch of speed in terms of our inside backers. What else does he have? Tackle ability, yeah. He can honestly rush the passer if need be. He's a great block shedder, has decent skill set on the moves. Like, he's really multifaceted. He fits our field backer position to like a T, honestly. So Tyrus Knight, MVP of the defense for sure. So let's move to our DBs. This group is painful as well. Guys, look, we have no speed. Like, we can't run out here. And if we can't run a defensive back, we're going to have a hard time. As simple as that. We're just going to have a bad time. So for us, though, height, weight wise, do we check the boxes? Yes. I mean, at least our defense, at least our back half looks the part. You know what I mean? We got dudes that can at least line up everywhere, every single spot on defense. We at least have guys that can stand out there and look the part. So, to be honest, we can't run outside of Dennis Barnes. Is he the only one? Dennis Barnes literally might be the only dude that can run on our team. Yeah. So Dennis Barnes is the only cat that can run. So Dennis Barnes and Tyrus Knight are really the only cats on defense that like check the box, like adamantly check the box. So that's why I kind of say like, hey, so when I went into this and I was like, guys, the defense is a dumpster fire. This is what I'm talking about. There's two dudes out there that can actually play the scheme that we're putting them in. Now, granted, if this was real life, which I'm aware it's not, and even though that's kind of like the goal of this whole stream is to make it realistic, you would not force a defensive personnel that looks like this into a scheme that doesn't fit. Ideally, you would like adjust your scheme to fit your personnel. We're doing it very opposite, but that's because that's the fun part of this. And so we're going to see what happens. So guys, that's what we're looking at in terms of a depth chart perspective. And again, for those of you that are sort of just now joining us, right? You were looking at episode 2 of this series. On the first episode, we dropped 3 games. We set up our whole recruiting board and we lost 3 games in a row. Pretty sick. So now what we're going to do is recruit. And I'm also going to check. I don't think I have any coaching skill trees. I think we're close. Yeah, we're close. Okay. Yeah, we're pretty close. So hopefully we'll get our 100% scouting skill reach next week. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the board. And for those that obviously, right, like the Excel sheet, I'm going to have it on this other monitor next to us. That way I can tell you what positions we're looking at and where our recruiting needs are, just in terms of a number standpoint. So let's take a look at the board. Let's see what we're looking at. And then we'll look and see which guys fit where and sort of height weights and stuff like that to be like, oh, this guy is listed as an offensive tackle, but his height weight checks out as more of a interior guy or vice versa, right? So we can look at that together. I'm going to sort this by overall because I want to see who's good. And I think everyone on here is 100% scouted at this point. the big thing we'll be looking at top schools, right? So, and I want to preface this, right? We're going to probably start dropping some guys. Really our threshold when it comes to talent, aka overall, right? We're really looking at 60 as sort of the bare minimum, right? Anybody less than that is not really going to turn into a real player for us down the line. 60, we can kind of get away with it. They'll maybe turn into like a 80 something player after year 4. So we'll look at this. I say that, right? And you're like, Cody, there's a 59 overall guy right here. We need, I believe, 2 running backs. So we'll keep this guy on the back burner. We're not going to recruit him hard, but we'll keep him on there just in case. Just in case down the line we're like, oh crap, we're going to need us a running back and we don't have one. Worst case, we'll at least keep him on the back burner. So we have Gary Davidson. It's on the board. He fits. Does he fit height, weight? I believe he does. 6'2", 11. Excellent. Speed is sort of where he loses us, right? 82 speed's not going to cut it. That's probably why he's not rated super high. So keep him on the board, but not someone we're probably going to heavily recruit. Sam Davis, we're losing a fullback. We're going to need one. Might as well throw it on the board. No big deal. Doesn't do us any damage. It's okay. Even if we lose out on him, it's no big deal. Wideouts, we need one. So we're going to need to add one here at some point. Tight end, this is where it gets a little tricky. So from a height weight perspective, 6'5", 241, he checks. 6'5", 242, he checks. So height weight wise, they're good. However, from a talent perspective, 56 overall and 55 overall are not going to cut it. But again, we need 2 tight ends. So I'm going to keep them on the board. We're not going to invest any points in them yet. However, towards the back end, if we start getting in trouble, we'll probably look at these guys, okay? Now this is where it gets a little better for us. Tackle. Again, I believe we are losing 2 tackles, so we need to sign at least 2 tackles for us. Blake Brown, probably the best prospect on the board. Yeah, he's a gym, so that's sick. 6'4", 312. So he checks minimum height, and he definitely smokes the minimum weight. Honestly, he could kick inside to guard if we need him to. We'll just kind of see where the roster shakes out, but he's sort of a swing guy. Could play inside, could play outside. Love it. 6'3", 300. We're looking at an interior prospect, right? Looking at an interior prospect. Are we in top schools? Yes. Huge lead. Has a week 6 visit planned. Hope we can get that cat in the boat. 69 overall solid, so we'll see where we go there. An odd number of points that I put on there, 35, kind of drives me crazy, but let's take a look at him. 64 overall, 6'6", 285, right? So that's a true tackle for us. No other position, can't play inside. He's not heavy enough. 6'6", 285 though, that works for us at tackle. We can live there. 64 overall is honestly pretty solid. Top school wise, we are in the lead. I actually feel pretty good about him. I'm hoping we can add him. I'm probably gonna throw some more points on him. Let's go to Mark Setzer. Mark, 6'3", 318. That's a true inside projection, right? Not tall enough. Doesn't fit our tackle mold. Let's see who else is recruiting this dude. Nobody. 62 overall is not great, but honestly, we take, like, he fits, like, he's good enough to take. If he wants to come here, we'll probably take him. Let's look inside though. We have 1 guard, 2 centers. Okay, so let's see height weight wise what we're looking at here. 6'5", 285. So he's probably fits more of a tackle build, right? And so that's something I want to like emphasize. Just because a player is listed at a certain position does not necessarily mean they have to play that position for us, right? That's something that in real life a lot of teams do. Just because a guy doesn't have film at this position doesn't necessarily mean he can't play it, right? And that's something that a lot of these, G5 schools, more of these lower tier schools, they have to do that because the guys that fit height, weight, the guys that fit the athletic testing, and their film's really good at those positions. I mean, if they check all those boxes, they're high-rated kids. And not a lot of high-rated kids are going to these low, mid-tier G5 schools. So what can those schools do to land, more athletically inclined or guys that fit the bill on height, weight, speed? You have to get outside the box a little bit. Maybe there's this 6'1", 190-pound kid at a smaller high school that's only playing quarterback for his team because he's the most athletic kid on his team. So he fits the height, weight minimums and speed requirements for like a safety, but he's only playing quarterback in high school. That's somebody a mid or lower tier G5 school takes, and you teach them how to play safety. And then boom, you have a like NFL prototype height, weight, speed guy that if he can learn how to play the safety position, you just got a steal on your hands, right? So that's how those smaller schools end up finding NFL players, right? And like that's a great way to fill your talent with, fill your room with athletic, good-looking kids without having to sign like 5 stars necessarily, right? Does that make sense to everyone? I hope it does. That's just sort of the philosophy. You know what I do need? That drink's good and all, whatever. But it's nothing like good old water. Definitely love me some water. Brought to you by Gatorade. Not a sponsor, but it'd be sick. Have you thought about it, Gatorade? I know. I mean, I'm sure, right? Out of the 5 people that are watching this, one of you's got to work for Gatorade, right? I mean, that's obviously, right? That's just odds. So, shout out Water. Thanks. Thanks, Water. Thanks, Gatorade. So let's keep going. That's offensive line, right? Or do we still have centers? I think we do, actually, now that I say that. We do. 6'4", 303. Interior or tackle prospect, honestly, fits height weight minimums for us. 6'4", 299 fits height weight for us for center, for interior or tackle. Probably more of a center. Ideally, our guards are in that like 310 plus range, but like no big deal. We can kind of live with that here. Do either of these guys like us? Yes, to a certain degree. UTSA pulling away there. In the lead for Padley. 60 overall is not ideal, but honestly, we have a good amount of bodies on the offensive line. I feel really good about that. Defensively, okay. So this is where it gets a little more tricksy. Like we were doing with the offensive linemen, where we're saying like, yeah, a tackle could be a guard, and a guard could be a tackle, or a guard could be a center, whatever. On defense, we're doing a ton of that, okay? Because in this game, defensively, the variety of body types and skill sets and athletic traits are all over the place. So this one can get a little like wild in terms of what we're looking at skill set wise. So defensive end, allegedly, right? Doug Avery, 6'3", 242. That obviously does not fit our 4-eye requirements. However, 6'3", 242 is good enough for a bench backer, right? Which is our outside pass rusher. It's good enough. 6'3 is a little short, but 242 is fine. And field backer requirement. Technically, all the linebacker positions, this sort of checks the box. Probably fits more of the field inside linebacker requirements. Pass rusher, B backer, we would like it to be longer, but beggars can't be choosers at this point where we're at, so we'll see. Tyler McGee, same scenario. I would say more of a field backer or inside linebacker. Bobby Pitts. Now, Bobby Now, Senior Pitts, 6'4", 277. Folks, that is a 4-eye. Like, this is one, I know the rating's not quite there, but in terms of body type, 6'4", 277 is where it's at. That's kind of wheelhouse when it comes to body type, right? D tackle, 6'4", 281. Excellent. And he's a run stopper. Excellent. That's like ideal 4-eye for us. With a high school kid coming out, height, weight, skill set is to stop the run. Awesome. Corey Hunt is like prototype 4-eye for us. Scott Moore, 6'4", 299. So a little on the heavier side, right? But height weight perspective, he's sort of the rare, hey man, you put on like 10 more pounds, you're a nose, you lose like 10, you're also like a pure 4-eye. Scott can kind of do both. It also depends how athletic he is. Let's see. His agility. Man, you look at the numbers and you're like, dude, this fool ain't playing on the outside. There's no way. Look, his agility's 51. Yeah. Probably going to end up being a nose tackle. If he was more athletic, however, you could get away with him playing on the edge as like a 4-eye. You could live with that. But athletically, he's limited. This guy's probably a nose tackle. However, since he's longer, you can get away with him being a pound under 300. We're good there. We can live with that. That's actually very refreshing. Like, I think we can live with that. So we'll live there. Outside backer, 6'4", 211. He's honestly, I think I remember going back on him. He's kind of one of my favorites just because with his skill set, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's got decent speed. Yeah, decent speed. He's sort of, Kevin can kind of play, ideally he's a field backer, maybe inside. You're saying Cody is way too thin. He might be, but I think you can get away with it at field backer, if any, just because you're asking them to do so much. You can get away with it at field backer for him. Thomas Brown, 6'1", 225. You're saying this cat's an inside linebacker. No question, right? Minimum height, minimum weight-ish. But that skill set says inside linebacker all day. Oh, man. Char 17. Welcome to the stream. I very much appreciate that follow. Means the world. So thank you for being here. Love having you in here. Thank you so much. You said shut up. That is very kind. You're going to hate this stream because all we're going to do is talk. So tough break. You're going to have a tough time. We're going to move down to Melvin Williams, 6'6", 218, right? So this guy, I would say, is pure edge rusher, right? You're saying maybe he's a little too thin to play bench backer for us, but since he's so long at 6'6", he can be a little lighter and still be a menace off the edge, especially if he has some sort of athletic ability. 82 acceleration is honestly pretty solid. 74 is not bad. Char 17, I feel like you didn't read the description for this. You're gonna have a tough time because all we're doing is talking and not playing this game. So you're gonna have a bad time with this. I feel like. Anyways, I'm gonna ban you now, and I've never done that, so like that's pretty cool. So I banned them. Neat. Never done that, so that's pretty cool. So anyways, Melvin Williams. Melvin is, that's the 6'6", 218 guy, right? Okay, great. So we'll move to inside linebacker. Dude, guys, we don't have one. We do not have a inside linebacker on the board. Not ideal. However, some of those outside cats could kick inside, right? Very possible. That's kind of the goal. We'll see. You're official now? Yeah, no kidding. I can't believe I had to ban. I can't believe somebody didn't read that, but it is what it is. Corner. So we have a solid corner prospect in terms of 72 overall. Pretty sweet. Free Goat is here. Welcome, Free Goat. I appreciate you being here. Unless you're that Char 17 guy, and then I'm going to be upset if you just made an account that fast to come and troll me again. However, the followers still count, so that's pretty sweet. I appreciate that. Anthony Gibson, right? 6 foot 180, checks that box. Going into the scouting portion, 90 speed. 6 foot 180 that's got 90 speed. Sign me up. This dude is in the boat. And we lead him like crazy. And he's coming on an OV week 6. This fool is ideal for us. We're talking like prototype on top of prototype. Like, this is exactly what we're talking about. Like, that's the dude we want. So, Anthony Gibson, please, please, please get here. We want that dude bad. G-Bot. Oh, that's got to be Garrett. Garrett, welcome. Dude, I appreciate it, dude. Welcome to the chat, man. Thank you for being here, Garrett. That's like family right there. So thank you, Garrett, for being in here. That's awesome. Moving on to Darnell Noel, which I love on name alone, to be honest with you. 6'2", 170. That works for us. Speed-wise, 84 is a little lacking. Why you banned me, ___1 followed the account. Gotta feel like that's the guy I banned earlier, which, you know, it is what it is, I guess. This is gonna be an issue, and I'm gonna be so sad. But anyways, so Darnell Noel, 84 speeds, maybe not ideal. We could get to a point where let me look. Let's look, guys. Let's look real quick. At corner, how many did we need? 3. So we need 3 corners. We might be in a position where Darnell ends up being a take. We'll have to see where the numbers shake out. 84 speed is not ideal. I will say 90 acceleration is great. So, and it, honestly, this is a great example, right? You can live with guys lacking top. So, for instance, there's a guy out of Texas A&M right now coming out of this draft. His name is Jalen Jones, right? He's from Cibolo Steel in San Antonio. Super high-rated kid coming out. Good length, good height, weight, right? He's probably in that 6'1" plus range, 200 plus range. But I think he ran 4.5 at the combine, if I'm not mistaken. Top end speed's lacking. However, very sticky in coverage. And what he has that can make up to a certain degree, right? Make up to a certain degree for poor top end speed is length. I say that because as someone 6'2", 172, maybe lacking a little top end, you are good if you have acceleration, change of direction with length, right? You're okay. 84 speed, we can live if you have length. So those longer guys, we can, you know, sacrifice a little bit of long speed if we're super long. Sadburger 11002, welcome to the stream. Guys, oh my God. Yo, we're at 9 viewers right now. The max I had on Tuesday was 8. This is so sick. Thank y'all for being here. Big D, welcome back, dude. Recruiting stream's been good, man. It's been good. We're still sort of going through our position minimums, right? We're looking at building the roster. We're looking at height, weight minimum requirements for what we're looking at on the recruiting trail. We are currently 0-3 with simming only, which is brutal, but that's sort of where we're at right now. And it's not great. Man, BAFL 99, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Just follow Big D around, love the community. Dude, thank you for being here, man. For those of you popping in here that sort of don't really know myself or what's going on, my name's Cody Bellaire. I currently work as a scouting and rankings assistant for on3.com. I just left college football, man, almost a year ago. In like a month, it'll be a year ago. I was the director of scouting at Texas Tech most recently for the 2021 season. And then I was at LSU as the assistant director of player personnel before that. I've worked at Texas A&M. I've worked at Baylor. So I was in the personnel world, recruiting world for those teams. And I love playing video games. I love NCAA. So I figured if I combine the two and do this, figured we'd have some fun. Maybe I'll learn something. Maybe I learned something. Maybe we should have some fun. Seeing if we can implement all the stuff we've learned into the real world. So as I say that, we're going to get through. We have no free safeties. We got no safeties on the board, and we don't need any. So really, we need to add a couple corners. We need to add some tight ends. Cody Bellaire followed. Who the hell made a Twitch that's not... That's like my name. That's a knockoff. That is hilarious. Thank you, me, for the follow of me. That's super kind. That's hilarious. Great job, Cody Bellaire. That's really funny, actually. Thank you for doing that. That is hysterical. Big Texas guy. See, yeah, honestly, yeah. It's honestly, that's been sort of the cool part because, you know, at LSU, we recruit in Texas, Louisiana, obviously. I've only worked in the Big 12 and the SEC. I've worked in 2 states. I sort of know, in my opinion, I sort of have a good feel for how the South works in terms of recruiting and scope and area. Like, I feel like I have a really good feel for that. And it's one of the benefits of having worked for, you know, 4 teams in a span of 7 years, all within like 6 to 10 hours of each other. So that's been pretty cool. And that's something that, you know, I really enjoyed that life, but y'all, it's a grind now. Like, that's why I took the job at On3, to be honest with you. Like, big Texas guy follows. Big Texas guy. Appreciate you following and joining in the stream. Thank you for the follow. It means a lot. Honestly, like, the thing that's like, when you're working for those teams, like, you are on recruiting and watching film and going on, like, you know, helping out on visits, and you're active essentially with your team. When you're on a college team, you're active for, I mean, 7 days a week, 12 to 14 hour days. Like at LSU under Les Miles, we were doing staff meetings at, yeah, it's like 24/7, isn't it? Oh, dude, 100%. Like, I mean, LSU was with Les Miles, you were doing staff meeting at 6. So you're doing staff meeting at 6 a.m. We set up the staff meeting in personnel. So we had to get there at like 5 and print out all the documents and this and that. You getting your meeting ready, all the folders for the coaches, going to staff at 6, come back. You're doing just a bunch of stuff throughout the day, and your day probably ends at like 6 or 7. It depends when practice is over. And LSU with Les was doing, like, his practices were literally like 2.5, 3 hours long. Like, I mean, in comparison, like Coach Orgeron practices were like an hour 15, like tops. Like, they were not long at all, but his were very fast, a lot of contact, very physical. With Les, it was a bunch of like walking and talking, going through it, very methodical, which is like, that's a way to do it. But man, as a guy that just like kind of wants to get home after like however long, you're like, guys, can y'all in practice? I do not care about what y'all are doing out there. But it panned out. He only won. I mean, I don't think he had a single year where he won less than 8 games outside the year he got fired, obviously. So there was a method to the madness. There's a bunch of ways to skin a cat, right? However you want to phrase it. There's a lot of ways to do it. But yeah, man, that the thing that's the biggest pain, especially now, right? Like, I'll get into it. And I'm sorry we're not doing recruiting right now, but we're in storytelling mode. And again, if y'all have questions, hit them in the chat. Let me know what you want to know, or if you have questions like, how does this work? Or I thought recruiting was on the road, or like stuff like, let me know. If you got something that pops in your brain, let me know. I'm more than happy to oblige and answer and kind of tell you my experience or experiences that I've heard from friends in the industry or other people that you talk to, whatever. What was your overall favorite stop? I know you loved working with McGo. Oh man, with Coach McGuire. Yeah, dude. Garrett, I'll answer your question in a second I want to finish sort of my thoughts on the calendar, right? Like it's like 24/7. Yes. Just to give you an idea, right? So the only time we were really off, I would say, when working for a team was, sorry, I'm messing with the Excel sheet, to be honest. Sorry. Okay. So the only time we were really off during the season, essentially, if the season starts in August, right? You start fall camp in early August. So that's when, like, you know, that's essentially like our preseason. So that's early August. You're going through the entire season, which is through, and again, this is 7 days a week, every single day. The only benefit we really got was like on Sundays, you didn't have to come in till like noon. So cool, your day started at noon instead of like 7. Sick. So you're still going in every day, but game days, you're doing all that, and that stuff's cool, man. Like I won't hate on that. That was the most fun, right? Like, I mean, there's nothing that beats, you know, I'll say LSU because it helps too, because that was my alma mater, but like nothing beats a game day at Tiger Stadium, and especially against like Alabama or Florida, one of those big dog like SEC games. That's what you live for. That's what you do the whole work for, is to get to those moments. So when you get to those moments, you really get to drink them in, which is super fun. But yeah, so you're doing essentially that calendar. You're doing that since August 1, I believe, is kind of when we start like fall camp and all that good stuff. So August 1, early August, all the way through the season, which is at least early December. Then, you know, every year I was at a team, we went to a bowl game, except for when I was at Baylor during the COVID season, which was horrible. We went like 2-8 at Baylor, I think, that year, which was crazy. That was Aranda's first year. We were like 2-8, 2-7. I don't remember what the record is. But that was abysmal. That was a tough time. But I say that because, you know, we got to December, and then you're sort of off for like Christmas. And even then, you're not really off for Christmas. Like when we were at Texas A&M, our bowl game was New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. I think it was New Year's Eve. We played the Gator Bowl that year against NC State. Someone could look that up for me. Like if Chase or Garrett, if one of y'all are in here, could y'all tell me what day that was? I'm almost positive it was December 31st. And guys, it's not like you just show up. It's not like you just show up on December 30th and go and play a bowl game. Like, I think I remember vividly, and Garrett, oops, sorry, I bumped my mic. 31st. Thank you, Garrett. Garrett, you might remember because you were there, I think, at the time. And if you weren't, I don't remember. But like, I think we left the airport in College Station like on Christmas Day. Oh, so you did Christmas? And then you were like, okay, cool, I'm going to go catch my flight to Orlando so I can like stay and watch our team practice for the week. Like, cool. So, you know, if that's the situation and you got a bowl game, you might get like a couple days off. And then, you know, once that's over, then you get some time. You get like a week, maybe 2 weeks until you go back in. Because guys, you got to think of it. Yeah, Garrett, yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, I pretty much spent the entire holiday break at this like bowl game, which, you know, it's cool, it's whatever, like that's part of it. But yeah, basically we went and did the bowl game, and it's cool because we won, especially, and like that was nice. But you go do that, and then you have like a week and a half off because y'all, that recruiting calendar don't end. Like that recruiting calendar, you're still on signing day. So you got guys signing that first week of February. I believe signing day is always the first week of February, that Wednesday. Whatever the first Wednesday is of February is signing day. So, I mean, you're hosting official visits. You literally get back into work after that week and a half off, and you go straight into official visits. And then you have like 3 weeks of official visits where you got kids on campus, and it's high priority kids because you're trying to seal the deal before signing day. And once you do signing day, It's like, all right, cool. Now the next thing on the calendar in late February and March is sending coaches on the road so you can go recruit the next signing class. So that next recruiting class, you as soon as that first one ends, you essentially send your coaches on the road to go and watch these kids live. And as a personnel guy, you're sort of in this weird limbo of like, yeah, we're at work, but none of the coaches are here, but you still got to be at work because you got to be next to the phone or you got to be by your work computer in case a coach has a question about who they're talking to on the road. Yeah, Bo knows. I mean, Bo is in the video side of it. And dude, like these coaches are sitting like, guys, y'all need to imagine this, right? Some of these coaches are super young and fit guys and totally know how technology works because they're in there like, they're like mid to late 30s or whatever, and like you say, hey coach, can you go video, like for instance, like you can have an offensive coordinator or a QB coach or something that's going to these high schools and is sitting there with like their phone in their hand recording, and they're like, they know what the hell they're doing, right? Like they're like, oh, I'll stand here and I'll do this and watch the pass and yep, that was good, and they'll do all that kind of good stuff. And like, this is so, Bo, I love that you're in here for this because you can absolutely attest to this. Like these guys are videoing, blah, blah. And then you have some of these coaches that are like, up there in age, got shaky hands. They don't know how like cameras work. Like they're sending video in to Bo or our video staff and they're doing this. They're doing this and they don't know how to like zoom. Or they're doing it like vertical, and you're like, oh my God, you might as well not even be there. Especially too, because they're so focused on the filming. They're not actually paying attention to the kid throwing and this and that. You're like, why did you even go? It's a waste of everyone's time. So you're dealing with that. To Bo's point, so many coaches, all different schedule. Someone's got to be in the office 24/7 from every department. Like he's exactly right. Like that's just stuff that you're dealing with. And you're just like, oh my God, like I need someone to hold your hand out there. Oh, absolutely. It's like they need an assistant to film 100%. That was honestly the best part of being at a place like LSU. Cause even for like, God, we haven't even gotten to camp yet in June. And Bo, I probably just triggered Bo. Like Bo probably doesn't even want to remember camp at LSU. He does not want to remember. It's a nightmare. So I get to February and March. That's we're doing travel with the coaches and all that good stuff. April and May for us and personnel, you're essentially like getting data because a lot of these kids during February, March, and April are going to all these camps, right? Under Armour camp, Rivals camp, ESPN has like these UC Report camps and stuff like that. All these high school kids are going like they're getting filmed. And they're doing like all these tests, so you're getting all this like combine data and you're collecting all of it and you're sifting through it and you're putting it together with coaches and you're sort of getting an idea on like who you want to invite to summer camp. And for us, especially at LSU, these summer camps were pivotal to the evaluation, like extremely pivotal. And all of your camps are held in 1 month. And that is the month of June, which I'm sure if there's any personnel people in here, you just got triggered even hearing the month of June. Like it makes you yucky on the inside because June, depending on where you're at, especially, is a nightmare because you, especially now, like guys, I cannot emphasize enough how fortunate I am to not be working for a team solely for the month of June. Put it this way. In June, all your camps are essentially on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays, right? Because what you want is you want your kids to like come, like they can't come during like school, so they got to come during the weekends, right? So these kids are coming in let's imagine this, right? So you're on the personnel side, you're in the recruiting office, right? You're doing whatever, you're doing all this stuff. And what you have on Friday You have the like first day camp. However, you also have kids that are coming on official visits. Now what the kids can do during the month of June, since the NCAA was like, no, you're totally fine. It's no big deal. You can have kids officially visit during June. You have literally hundreds of kids camping on Friday through Saturday. So you got hundreds of kids that you have to watch and evaluate, because this is probably the only time they'll be on campus running around, doing position drills, doing testing. Hundreds of kids doing that. You have official visitors that are coming in for the weekend that are taking their only official visit that they're allowed to take to the school. You're only allowed one to that school. So this is their once in a lifetime trip to your school. And you have a designated list of kids that once they're done working out for the camp, have to go take a tour around campus and have to do unofficial visits. So you're going from however many kids at summer camp, and you're having to do all that. Then once that's over, you have to bring the X amount of kids that performed well at camp, or, you know, they're younger, so they weren't coming on, like they're not doing an official visit, but you need them to go see campus because you never know when they're going to come back on campus again. Plus the however many official visitors that you have that evening. And you're doing that from like 7 a.m. to like potentially, depending on how late the parents you were with on the OV, however late they want to stay out that night, to like 1 or 2 a.m. And you're doing that every single weekend in June. Every weekend. And so you're like, this is my nightmare. I hate everything that's happening. It's abysmal. It's brutal bad. But fortunately, that's where we get to, right? This leads to the end of the calendar for us, right? In July, you get like the whole month off. And when I tell you July is sweet, oh man, July is sweet. So July, I mean, really, you work all year round. You get the like week or two off in December, January, and then you get the month of July off. And like July's sick, you get those 3-4 weeks, and you're like, this rules. But I would say it's not worth the 24/7 every single day. It's just not. But yeah, man, it's fun. The calendar's pretty wild. But to go back to Garrett, your question. Streaming on NCAA sounds less streaming NCAA on Twitch sounds less stressful. Yeah, no kidding. You are 100% right. But to go back to your question, what was my favorite overall stop? I know you loved working with Coach McGuire. Dude, I would say, oh man, my favorite stop. It was probably Texas Tech. I will say, in terms of, let me phrase it. I would say Texas Tech was my favorite stop because from a work and people standpoint, it was the most fun I've ever had working by a mile. However, the stop maybe that meant the most to me was going back to LSU in 2021, because that was like, I had a assistant director title at my alma mater. Is so sick. Like, I can take that for the rest of my life. Like, that is super cool. I mean, that was one of the like highlights of my career by a mile. To say you worked at the school that you like graduated from, super cool. So like, that carries a lot of weight for me. But man, you want to talk about a gig with Joey McGuire at Texas Tech? Y'all, I'm telling you, as a person that's done this for X amount of time, you will not find a better player personnel job in America. You will not. It doesn't exist. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. The way that place operates, in the sense of how much trust the head coach has in his staff, especially like the personnel and recruiting side. The head coach brought us there for a reason, and he trusted us with the ability to like pull the trigger on kids and offer kids when we knew they didn't have a ton of offers. And he just had, the thing that made that job so enjoyable was and it's something that I emphasize on here, right? That head coach at Texas Tech, Joey McGuire, has an identity. He knows what his team is supposed to look like, right? Like, he knows that he wants guys that are long, he wants dudes that are big, and he wants dudes that are fast. No questions about it, right? If a kid is slow, if a kid is undersized, he's not going there. I promise he's not even on the board. Doesn't matter how many offers he has, doesn't matter how many stars he's got, he ain't on the board. I'm telling you, he's not. So that stop was cool because you were able to, like, a lot of teams, especially the bigger ones, right? Like, your scope is like this big. Man, at Texas Tech, that thing is like this wide. And you got to say, and like, who you were trying to pull the trigger. Like, dude, you could offer a kid that had no offers from random like 2A school in East Texas. If he's got like verified track times and verified length, you could you could pull the trigger and ain't nobody going to say a thing. Like, that was one of the coolest things is like, dude, you could offer a kid and not a single coach even has to watch. And then you're like, oh my God, you're telling me the offensive coordinator isn't even watching who you're offering? Nope. Doesn't matter. It did not matter. It was so unique. Like, I've never had that experience anywhere else. It was awesome. Also helps that Joey is a phenomenal human being. Coach McGuire is like easily one of the best people I've ever met in football. And the more you work in football, the more, the rarer it is to find guys like that. Awesome human. Awesome human. Sounds like an awesome job for a young guy. Yeah, no doubt. That was kind of the part of it too. Like, the other caveat in that, you say like, oh, Cody, why'd you leave? Whatever. Man, my girlfriend and I have been together for, 12 plus years now, 12 years, 3 months. And we were long distance for about 4.5 of those 12. From 2022 to 2015, since 2018. From 2018 to 2023, I have moved from LSU to Texas A&M to Baylor, back to LSU, to Texas Tech, to Houston, to Austin. I have moved 7 times in 6 years. That's too many times. That's too many times. So my girlfriend's been an elite supporter of this whole thing. And so when I got a gig at On3, and they've been so sick, like On3, to answer your question, Garrett, like, to be honest, like, what's my favorite stop? The one I'm doing right now is sick. I get to do the thing I love the most, which is evaluate and scout players from my house, which is awesome. And I get paid to do it. So I get paid to scout and evaluate from my home with my girlfriend, not long distance, and it's been excellent. So very much enjoy that. It's been cool. That's a lot of moves. Yeah, it is. And it has been, I will say the perk of that, y'all, I move efficiently now. Like, I know how to get in and out of a place like that. Like, I can do boxes like a machine. I can move stuff. I know exactly how to do it. Yeah, and I get to stream NCAA, no doubt. That's been a fun thing. Like, it was really ever since NCAA announced that they were coming back, I was so juiced up and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to fire up the old NCAA, whatever. And, excuse me. I got to fire it up, and somebody was like, my old buddy Jake, one of my old roommates, was like, dude, you should probably get on that, dude. You should stream it. And I was like, oh, no doubt. But, the new one's coming out. So, like, I'll just wait for the new one to come out. And when they said it got pushed back to 2024, I was like, ooh, sign me up. I'm going to stream for like a year while the next one comes out, and we'll have an audience, and we'll be so fired up going into it. Like, I'm juiced up for the new game too, dude. So am I. It's gonna be so fun. And that's the thing, man. Like, I hope, I'm guessing I'm calling you up when we move further in town. Yeah, no question. Please. That's the thing I'm honestly kind of like super fired up about, Big D, is like, there's so many things that I know aren't in this that could make it so realistic. Like, obviously the personnel guy in me wants the recruiting to be like so realistic. I want them to add everything. I want there to be so many tools, so many nuanced things to it that allow me, someone that's been in the inside and knows the intricacies and kind of know how it works, that allows me to thrive in it, right? That like knows how to manage a roster, that knows how to manage walk-ons, that know how to manage roster numbers, that understands how to navigate a transfer portal, right? That knows how to understand working, like how to redshirt efficiently and stuff like that. But ultimately, yes, don't mess the game up. Make it better. I hope they put 2019. I hope they put 2019 LSU in the game. Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure they'll have it like. Can you imagine if they did like 2K and they put like, you know, like the what's it called, like the 94 Bull? They put like those loaded Bulls teams with like MJ and Scottie Pippen on there and all. Yeah, just like legendary teams, right? Like putting like the what is it, like the 2000 Miami team, or like the what Miami team was, like stuff like that, where like Sean Taylor and like all those dudes are playing. That would be hilarious. But them pushing it back's a good sign, TBH. Yeah, it could be. My thing is though, dude, if you're gonna announce it in 2023 and then push it back a year later, why'd you even announce it in the first place? Like, if you announced it and it wasn't ready, like, what were we doing for the last 10 years? Like, or maybe that was the deal. They got it like signed, sealed, delivered from a legal standpoint, and they were just so excited to tell the people that it exists, and they jumped the gun and they were like, oh crap, we got to push this back a little bit. Maybe that's what happened. So I could see your point being like, nah, dude, they're pushing it back to make sure it's like perfect. I hope so, man. That's honestly what I'm hoping for. I hope they're pushing it back, because I think they even made a point to sort of say like, hey, it's not just going to be a Madden clone. It's going to be its own thing on its own engine, whatever. Dude, I swear, if that thing is just an animation frenzy, right, where it's just like preset animations reacting to certain things, I'm going to lose my mind. That's like the fun of this games. Like, that's the fun of football games. When they're a little more arcadey to the feel, I think that's when they're more like way more realistic feeling than these Madden games they've made the last like 5 years. I think all the Maddens they made in the last however long are just unplayable. Like, I have never been interested in those games because they're so difficult to play. Guys, with that being said, do we recruit? Do we recruit a little bit? NCAA has always had a better feel in my 1,000%. And again, it's had a better feel because it hasn't been touched in the last decade. Like, they just haven't. Best thing that can happen is if they get some real competition. Yeah, I totally agree. That's sort of what happened with like every big series. I feel like they've just kind of plateaued. Like FIFA has not, and I'm a huge FIFA guy, right? Like, I love playing FIFA. PES was the original competitor. FIFA hasn't changed since like 2015, maybe 16. It's been the same game ever since. Or the little tweaks they make are just like nothing. And you're like, cool, well, this is just a recycled version of whatever it was a year ago. I think they're waiting to implement features for Dynasty mode since the mode everyone loves. No doubt. And honestly, Big D, I think to your point, that kind of ties into what I was saying. Like, how are you going to make an NCAA game without the transfer portal? Right? Like, they have to have some sort of mode for that, right? Like, they have to have something to account for all these things that the NCAA is doing. Like, whether it's total roster numbers, whether it's like the scholarship limit, whether it's the transfer portal, all kinds of stuff like that. Like, dude, the big thing too that the NCAA implemented that would obviously play a factor. There's another football game coming out this spring that should provide a little bit of yeah, I hope so. Just something, right? Something that gets the wheels turning a little bit. But like one of the rules that would impact this game specifically, the NCAA implemented a rule where there is no longer a limit on scholarships you can take out of high school for a cycle, right? So in this game, you're allowed to sign max 25 kids. That is no longer the case in college football. In college football, you can take as many high school kids as you want or as few high school kids as you want. As long as you end up with 85 scholarship guys on the roster by, I think it's August 1st, you're good. Now, in spring ball, because for instance, you say like, oh, well then why don't they just have like 100 scholarship guys in the spring and then cut 15 when you get to the fall? Well, I think the NCAA has some sort of, or like each conference has a limit on how many spring scholarship players you can have, which I think is weird. Like, why would you not just make it 85 in the spring, just like you would have in the fall? Like, why would you make it like a 100 player max or like a 95 player max or whatever it is? Like in the Big 12, I think we could have like 100. I think we could have like 100 scholarship dudes, or that might have been a total roster thing. Like we could have like 120 kids on the roster in the spring and then like 105 when we got to the fall. It was very weird. Like you only had like 15 spring walk-on guys. It was very weird. Like you had to like cut walk-on kids when you got to the fall. It just didn't make a lot of sense. It was super messed up. But anyways, so yeah, I just hope they don't mess it up. To everyone's point, right? Just make a good game, man. That's all I want. Just a good game. Ryan, welcome to the chat, man. Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well this evening. Are you enjoying your spring break, Ryan? I hope you're having a good time, man. I hope you're keeping yourself out of trouble out there. Guys, with that being said, we are at 23 players on our board right now. We're a little thin at some spots. I'm sorry, I'm just going to make this a round number because it's kind of like driving me nuts that it's 50. I want to say, let's look at our visits. Let's see what we need. So for instance, like Corey Hunt, I love this dude. The thing that stinks is that we don't have a home game. I'm going to scoot back in my chair. Can y'all see me still okay if I scoot back here? I feel like I've just been like super... Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was going to see, y'all can see me back here. Can y'all tell me if y'all hear me okay? I'm pretty sure y'all can. Or I can just do this. Move the mic up to my face. That does a little better. Yeah, the big bummer here is that we don't have a home game. I'm not a huge proprietor of bye week visits. At the same time, I don't want to go first and simulate it, and it's just an awful time. Let's look at where we're at with him. Are we like super behind? This one. Man. Guys, I'm scared if we schedule this week 15 and we give SMU that first visit. Well, Texas Tech gets one, so I guess Texas Tech will keep it close. I'm just scared if we let SMU get one of the first two visits, they're gonna smoke us and we're gonna get locked out. But ultimately, I want to at least give us a shot down the line. I'll put us at week 15 for Corey. I think it just gives us a chance late. So I'll go week 15 by here. knowing that we get the last visit. Won't get any points unless we have somebody else come, but at least we get 500 if we're in the fight. So I'm gonna stick him late. Mark his hand. Nobody else is even in the hunt here. Yeah, but we have a couple scholarships. Guys, I'm okay with letting this kid rip early. You know what I mean? Like, are y'all good with that? I feel like I'm good with letting this kid come like week 6. Just so we get him in. He comes on his visit. He has a good time. We separate ourselves. If somebody comes in late, that's okay. We've built up such a big lead that, like, I feel okay with where we're at. So let's do that. Let's just do week 6 here. Richie Curry, down 85, week 14 for UTSA. Again, we're only facing one school. I'll let him come on with La Tech. I feel pretty good about it. Let him come hang. I'm good there. Kicker, I also think we're only one. Yeah, we're only one in the hunt there. I'll let him come on that La Tech visit. Let's just get these early ones out of the way. Like, these kids are so interested early. Just get them in the boat. You know, if we can get kids in early, focus on some other positions, I feel good about that. Let's just stick there. And so we need to look at his other positions to fill, right? So probably going to need to add some. Chaz Higgins is a great kicker name. I totally agree. He's doing great. Even better, if I remember correctly, I think his kicker stats are like kind of ridiculous. Let me see. Oh, just kidding. He's terrible. Oh, ridiculous as in ridiculously awful. Jesus. So let's look at each position. I just want to cross through and make sure we add guys where we need guys, if that makes sense. So, quarterback, if we can find one late, we'll take one. But we're not going to push it here. We don't need one on the roster. All of our guys are coming back, so we're good there. Running back, we're losing one. We need 2 to fill our target number. Player development's the goal. 100% Rhino. You're exactly right. Totally agree. The goal is to develop players. Totally agree. We got 1 on the board here. We need 2 at running back. Ideally, we don't take a guy that's 59 overall, right? That's definitely not the goal. Keep Gary Davidson on the back burner. Let's see if we can add at least 2 more guys at running back. So let's focus there. Okay, running back. Wide receiver, fullback, we got 1 too. We need 1, so we'll take Sam Davis. Receiver, we need 1. We're losing 2 guys. We need 1. So we will need to hopefully add at least a guy to the board here. So let's keep in mind 2 backs and a wide out. Tight end, we need 2. We have 2 on the board. They're just not good enough. Ideally, we maybe add 2 other tight ends here. So 2 tight ends at least, a wide receiver at least, and 2 running backs at least. So 2-1-2. Offensive line, I think we're good. I actually feel like we're in a good spot on the offensive line because we got a lot of guys on the board that are good enough to take. We have 4, 5, 7. We have 7 guys on the board. We need 3. And we're in a good position, I think. Right? Like solid, good in the lead. We just can push him if we need to. Guard, same. That's okay. Center, solid. Here, solid. So I think there's guys we can push if we get into a pinch that aren't bad players. We just have really good dudes on the board that are available. Like Blake Brown, great. Kellen Cameron, great. If we get those 2, awesome. If not, John Thompson, solid consolation. Mark Setzers, fine. Anthony Watson, fine, not great. Richie Curry, quality. Pat Lee, not ideal, but that's worst case, right? We at least have guys on the board. Defensively is where we're a little more iffy. Let's see. So Doug Avery, we said, was edge, potentially field backer. And we need a lot of those, right? Yeah, we do. We need a lot of those. Y'all, we need 6 linebackers, 4 outside, 2 inside, 3 corners, and 3 defensive ends. Now, the beauty of the linebackers is that we have defensive ends on the roster and defensive tackles on the roster that we can switch, right? Like there's some dudes that are listed as DNs for us that could easily switch to rush end or field backer, right? Like there's guys exist. So defensive end wise, we really just need to find guys that are the right body type. That's our biggest goal, is to find guys that fit our body types, which I think we have 2. One in Bobby Pitts and one in Corey Hunt. Those are 2 big guys. If I can get those 2, I can live with those 2 and then just figuring out defensive tackle. Because defensive tackle, we technically just need to get rid of 2 bodies. So we'll figure that out down the line. The thing for us, especially on defensive front, is just getting guys that look the part. We need guys that fit our skill set. We need guys that fit our body type. That's the goal here. So with Doug Avery, we have a field backer. Tyler McGee, we have a field or an inside backer. Bobby Pitts is a true end. Honestly, we probably need to put more points towards him, especially because we're losing points. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to throw kind of a fat number out here. I think we just max it out. I know the player's not great, right? 61, but he fits our minimum, and there's just not that many guys that exist that look like this, right? That's just kind of the idea. Garrett said, ooh, I'm so sorry, guys. I did not mean to bump my mic so hard. I'm just sitting up now a little bit like a crazy guy. Garrett says, do you know what defense and offense you're running? I missed that if you talked about like team scheme and stuff. Well, yeah, you did. If you came here about like an hour and a half ago, you would have got the whole run. I'm just kidding. But I mean, I'm not. That's very real. However, that's actually a good point, especially because we have a lot of people in here probably that definitely weren't here at the beginning. The goal for us offensively, defensively, defense, we're running a 3-4. Okay, so 3-4 defense. Our nickel is going to be a third corner, not a safety or a star. We're going like pure corner for our nickel. We're running left outside linebacker is a bench backer, which is like our pass rush guy. And our right outside linebacker is a field backer, which is sort of our, situational first and second down run stopper that maybe can play the flat a little bit. That's going to be the guy that we sub off for our corner in sub packages. So that's just to give you an idea on defense. On offense, we are running a custom playbook, which I call Deuce. And it's something I made up, so don't make fun of me. But the offensive style it's called Deuce because the idea is that there are 2 running backs on the field at all times. So every formation that we have in the playbook includes 2 running backs on the field at all times. So that's sort of the wrinkle that we're doing. Running backs are primarily all-purpose weapons, right? So our running backs are going to be more pass catchers, slightly leaner builds, but they're athletic and can catch the football. It's kind of the goal with that. So offensively, that's what we're doing. Defensively, that's what we're doing. So yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. So defensively, it's kind of where we're looking here. Bobby Pitts. Let's look at D tackles. Corey Hunt is an ideal 4-eye for us. Scott Moore could potentially be a 4-eye in a pinch for us. We know he's not super athletic, so playing 4-eye is probably not ideal. He could kick inside to nose tackle. Ideal, he's not big enough, not by a lot, right? 299. He's close to play nose tackle for us, especially at the G5 level. 300 is probably our bare minimum here. If he's a pound off, that's okay. He's probably an ideal nose and like kind of a true nose, but we actually are good at the nose position. Like Keenan Stewart, who's our junior, I think he's our backup at the moment. He fits, honestly. I think he's like 6'1", 315, so he fits sort of our height weight minimum here. But Scott, honestly, we probably should put points into because he can fit at both. So probably going to put some points on him. Outside backers, we're sort of in a weird tweener land here. 6'4", 211, and in a decent spot. Yeah, Thomas, decent spot. So outside backers is kind of interesting just because, like I said, we have defensive ends that could maybe kick out there. So what I want to do is let's go look in... Oh, in corners, we need... Hopefully we can get Anthony Gibson in the boat. We should get him in the boat. That's probably going to be like the best signing we take, to be honest. He just fits. He checks every box. Height, weight, speed. And he's talented positionally. Like, ideal fit right there. Ideal. Corners, we do need one more, though. We're trying to take 3. I'm even willing to take a guy that's technically a safety out of high school, right? As long as he's got the size and can run, we can kick him over to corner. That's okay. He just can't be like a hard hitter type. Like, we want guys that can cover. So if we can find that, that's great. 62 Darnell Noel. Again, that's what we were talking about earlier. Good length, not ideal speed, but he's got great COD, great acceleration. And he's taller. He's 6'2". So we can get away with a little less top end speed as long as he's got length. Kicker, Chaz Higgins, getting him in the boat, hopefully. And we got one athlete. This guy, I remember him now. This guy I thought was super interesting. Mr. Marcus Hand from Berwick, Louisiana. He was interesting because if we look at this skill set, right? Again, this cat's 6'4", 240. Let's call him an even 240. I'm not looking at... He eats a Big Mac and he's 240, right? He's 239. He eats a Big Mac, he's 240, right? So if we look at this skill set at 6'4", 240 pounds, right? What are the first things we notice? To me, the first thing that we notice is that 90 acceleration, 85 speed. Y'all, and Garrett, you said it. This fool's got 85 man coverage, 88 play recognition, 85 pursuit, 80 zone. Y'all, I don't know what this cat is, but he's huge and he's athletic as hell. Like, in my brain, yeah, dude, how is he 66? I have no idea. I'm telling you, when we put this cat, like... I would love opinions in the chat. What do you think this dude plays? Positionally. Honestly, what position do y'all think this dude plays? I'll let everyone kind of get some guesses out. And I will sort of kind of tell you where my head's at. But I'd love to hear y'all's opinions. Yeah, overall moves a lot when you switch positions. 100%. Like, I wonder what the game... thinks this dude is. And honestly, I will say there's a nice little tip or trick when it comes to this. The game will tell you what they think this guy is. When Marcus is ready for a visit, it will tell me in the visit column, oh, see, look, they gave you the tease right there. Have 2 sacks with a linebacker. They tell you essentially what they think he's going to be. Like a Jamal Adams type, maybe? Yeah, that's not a bad thought process, to be honest, Chase. Like, the guy does everything. Box safety, 100%. Y'all two are on the same page. Chase and Gary, y'all on the exact same page. Box safety, I mean, maybe, dude. But, dude, y'all ever seen a freaking 240-pound safety out there? That's the only thing that makes me, like, hesitant. Is being like, yo, this dude's 240 pounds. I don't even know what he is. The man coverage, though, so good. The thing that makes me worried, not a hard enough hitter for me to play safety, I totally feel that. And honestly, that's sort of the part that that is so interesting to me. This is the only man on the planet who can stop Travis Kelce. Yeah, hit him with the strength and conditioning coach. Y'all, like, my thing is, if we put this guy at linebacker, he can't shed anything. Like, look at the block shedding and finesse moves and power moves. Like, this dude can't get off a block. So if we put him at inside linebacker, like, yo, he's screwed. Especially in a 3-4. With what we're doing and working him inside, he is screwed if we play him as like a thumper. He's going to get eaten alive. So, y'all, as crazy, I know that's, dude, Garrett, that's exactly what it sounds like. Dude, is this guy a quarterback? See, nickel corner, no. So like BAFL, no question. If we were running like a heavier nickel set, like if we were running that star I was talking about that Texas Tech runs, where it's like a nickel, or excuse me, it's like a safety linebacker hybrid, I think that's what this guy is. Which is exactly like Garrett and Chase are saying, right? These like box safeties, Jamal Adams type, like that's kind of what they are. So guys, I mean, do we say that this guy maybe makes us change our scheme potentially? Like, do we try and make a star player? Like, do we call this cat our like guys, can we, oh my God, this would be so fun. Can we come up with a name for like a hybrid player for us? For instance, like some people call it the star, some people call it the blackjack, some people call this the spade. Like some people have crazy names for this like hybrid safety. If we can come up with a cool enough name for like this hybrid safety player, I'm more than willing to like change the way we build. Like change the way we build this thing out. But yeah, Garrett, I don't disagree. Like if we play him on defense, he might just be like the biggest strong safety we have on the team. It would just say, hey, screw it. Like, we just got a 240-pound safety out here. This is crazy. This dude is insane. But again, at the same time, like, y'all, I bet this dude's not a bad QB. To be 100, like, dude, 81 throw power, 72 accuracy, that ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Plus, he can juke. He can make guys miss. He can break some tackles. I wonder how, dude. Oh my God, guys, what if we call it the glove? Hand of God, kind of wild. I don't disagree with that. But like in my brain, the glove, because it's just like Gary Payton, just a defensive menace. I think the glove might be it. That might be it. And what I think we can do with this guy, this kid's winning the Heisman. Yo, but he's gonna be the one that we're like, dude. And first of all, I think we signed this guy. The reason I focus so much on him and I care so much, this kid's coming on an early OV. We're up at like 1,000 now. Granted, La Tech's kind of pushing us, y'all. I think we have a shot at really taking him. So the reason I want to emphasize like where we play him or what we're taking him as is because we're gonna have to label him as a recruit, right? Like he's gonna go down as a commit, but what position would we put him at? So I think right now the leader in the clubhouse is safety. I think I agree. I think we'll go with the safety. I'm not putting quarterback out of play here. I think if we're going like betting odds, I think safety's the early favorite. I'm saying quarterback's got a shot. Quarterback has a chance, but I love that we're doing this. Need this guy on the gameplay team? Yeah, no kidding. Honestly, we probably should. I hope we'll go hunt for Marcus Hand on the gameplay stream and just see if he exists. That would be hilarious. So let's continue on. Let's go add some guys to the board, right? We kind of went through, we know we need running back, at a couple running backs, at least a receiver, a couple tight ends. Defensively, we need true defensive end body types. I think the linebackers are fine, and a couple corners. Okay, that's kind of what we're going for. If I forget, can y'all tell me, just in case I forget? We can add, I think it's 12 more people. I think we get 35, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, we get 35. Okay. So I'm going to do, just for like my own sake, I'm going to back out of this so it saves, just so I feel better. And then we'll jump back in and we'll go add some guys. With that being said, I need to take a swig of some delicious Gatorade water. Gatorade, but water. It's not, it's water. It's not Gatorade. Chase, I was literally sitting here hoping, like, I'm waiting for hashtag ad from Chase. Free sponsors. I know. I mean, at this point, I mean, look at this. Guys, we had like, y'all, I think we had 10 active viewers on at one point, which is so freaking sick. That's the most we've had on here by a mile. Oh my God. I don't think you can see that on the I just splashed myself in the face so hard with his spray top. That was awful. Chase, can you clip that just so I'm curious if you can see it on here? I just gave myself a straight up like shot to the dome. That was awful. Wowee. Okay. Ryan, surprised it's not a cream soda or a cream sofa? I wish it was a cream sofa. I actually had Dr. Pepper cream soda earlier today. Okay, so get over it. Honestly, though, Ryan, the new thing that you need to look up, Dr. Pepper makes a strawberry and cream soda, and y'all, it is good. I'm talking good, like strong. It is good. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Big D, I don't know if you're still in here or not. If you're not, that's totally cool. I get it. But that's the one I was telling you about today on Twitter. Dude, that thing is so good. Dr. Pepper strawberry cream soda. That's the move. Everyone, go get it now. But no free sponsors. Garrett, no free sponsors. So let's go look at, man. What should we look at first? What do y'all want? Running backs? Or tight ends are bad. Running backs, I think we can at least find. Our tight end, but the thing is, we have 2 tight ends on the board. Like, we could sign them. They're going to be bad, but we at least have them. Thank you, Chase. I appreciate that. I needed that. Thank you. We have tight ends. Let's go look at running backs. Let's just start from the top. I want to go find us a back. Just because they're so important to the offense, like let's go find us some burners. So let's look at 3-star backs from the pipeline that are interested in us. Not even, because if they're interested, yeah, running back 59. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Oh, Chase, thank you for. Okay. Got to get back to work. Wanted to come hang for a bit. Have a great rest of your stream. That's super nice, Big D. Thank you, Chase, for going catch that. I don't even think I saw that in the stream. Thank you. Yeah, dude, let's just look. I just want to see who's even interested. I don't think there's anyone. Let's go 2-star. I don't think there's even any that are interested, to be fair. Yeah, there's the one. I bet it's our 59 guy. Yeah, duh. So what I'm going to look at is dudes that aren't interested but are not locked. Let's go look at dudes that are like sub 25. Yeah, let's go see some of these. Let's go look at 3 stars. Because dude, in our pipelines in California, Texas, I was going to say, we got to have some guys that have to be somewhat about it, right? So, all right, Dustin Tyler, your wish list might be a little too rich. Honestly, guys, let's just go look at burners. Let's start with burners, right? Yeah, like give me Dustin, like speed back, 6 foot 197. Ain't none of these schools are talking to this fool. Let's at least put him up there. Matt Bolin, 5'10", 190. That checks. None of these guys are talking to him. Let's put him on. Ed Madison, 5'11", 194. Awesome. None of those dudes are talking to him. Zach Church, 6'3", 210, running 4'5". More of a power back, but we're going to see if that speed number is in a decent spot. I get worried with some of these guys running 4'5", 4'6", because they're not going to be fast enough, I think. But I'm not going to let the game tell me that. I'm going to let the, like, scouted ability tell me that. Yeah, dude, I was going to say 4. It's actually a really good point. This fool benching 405 as a 210 running back? Full freaking hanging, like hammering them right now. You'd be surprised how good a commits you can get when they have those little lock numbers. Oh, dude, I know. That's the thing, especially with like the skill guys. I feel like there's so many dudes that are just like chilling in there that just aren't being recruited. So what I'll do, guys, these 4-6 guys are probably too slow. And just because we need so many kind of positions right now, I'll only take the guys that are running in the 4-5s as long as they're not being recruited. Yeah, so like I'll take both of them and then we'll go look at some other positions. And again, so I'll explain this to you guys because I think I explained it in the first episode. But I'll do it for everyone that's in here. The pipeline states, right? I'm making this, you know, to some degree realistic, right? We're at UTEP. We're not a national brand. Not yet. Say not yet. We're just not there yet. Okay? I'm not trying to recruit all over the country. So right now, Cali and Texas are our pipeline states. I'm gonna separate it into tiers. Okay, so we're gonna have tier 1 states, tier 2 states, and tier 3 states. Right? Majority of our roster will be tier 1. Decent a little bit, guys, will be tier 2. Very minimal amount of players tier 3. But that's sort of the way I want to go about this, just to make it more realistic. Because UTEP ain't going to be signing dudes like all over the country. It's not going to be a massive spray. It's going to be focused in certain areas. So, tier 1 schools, right? Those are going to be our pipelines. That's Texas and Cali. Tier 1. If they're from there, we're going to put them in a boat. That's where we're going to focus the majority of our recruiting. Tier 2 are our neighboring states. I call neighboring touching. And that's pretty much a good way to think of it is just touching. Is the state bordering us? So that'll be New Mexico. Honestly, I'll throw Arizona in there just because it's right next to our other pipeline, right? So it's touching another pipeline. So Cali, Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana. Okay, those are tier 2. That's going to be that first wave of area that we're like, okay, Texas and Cali aren't giving us anything. What's next? That's where we go. Tier 3 would be the outskirts. This will be like the outer border, These will be the outer states that we're saying like, oh my gosh, we can't find anybody here. Where the hell are we looking? That's going to be Nevada. That's going to be Utah. That's going to be Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, and Mississippi. Tennessee, I think we're going to make that the cutoff, right? I just want that little line down Mizzou, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. I think that's as far away as we go. We're definitely not going to go any more north of Kansas or Colorado, like Nebraska, too far. That we're getting in the Midwest. Iowa, Illinois, too far. Even Colorado, Utah, like we're not going to be really living in Nevada. If we find a guy, great. But dude, that's so far up there and so far west. If you find a guy, sure, but we ain't living there, right? So that's our tier 3 schools. So I say that And this is kind of how this goes for any real life team as well. There's like 2 position groups you're allowed, right, to go national. And that is quarterback and offensive line. Quarterback, you go national because you're only taking one, and it needs to be a difference maker, right? You're willing to go anywhere for a good quarterback. So if we can find one somewhere that wants to play at UTEP, more power to them. Let's go get them. Offensive line, there's just not enough good offensive linemen in the country to satisfy everyone's needs. So for instance, like if you're at LSU, you're not only going to take your offensive lineman from the state of Louisiana. There's just not enough LSU caliber offensive linemen in your own state. You got to go get them from Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, whatever. Like, you got to go find them. And so with these big boys on the offensive line, you got to take 5 of them. Or excuse me, you got to play 5 of them. You got to go find them. Wherever they're at, you got to go find them. Garrett, who wouldn't want to come play in El Paso, Texas? Great question. I don't know. I recruited to Lubbock. I can recruit to El Paso. I can do it. I promise. I think we can do it. So that being said, right, we do need a receiver. Let's see if we can go find somebody that can just haul ass. Okay, let's see if we can go get somebody that can just move. So let's look at receivers, 3 stars in the pipeline, no deal breakers. You should be able to recruit some cats out. Dude, I should be able to recruit in Mexico. I totally agree. I think you should. I think you can recruit Canada. I just want to check. I'm almost positive you can recruit in Canada. Oh, yeah, you can. Absolutely, you can. I forgot you could do that. That's hilarious. You think USC or Miami is the easier recruiting pitch? Oof. How about this? I would say maybe like... I would say if this was like 3 years ago, 2 years ago even, I think it's closer. I think it's kind of close like you're saying. Dude, you got to think. With NIL now, how is USC not one of the sexiest teams in the country? Living in LA in a world of NIL? Oh my God. I cannot imagine like what type of stuff they talk about in their NIL meetings. I can't imagine. Like, you think of it like, for instance, like there's some schools that immediately like kind of pop up when you think of NIL stuff, right? In my head, like it's the two West Coast schools stick out more than anything for me. It's USC because you're in LA and you're at like one of the most famous blue bloods in the country. The other one that I think people think of a lot, and I definitely do, how is Oregon not one of the dreamiest ones? Dude, with Nike being in your backyard, oh my goodness. Like, Nike being in your backyard and having Phil Knight in your back pocket, oh my goodness. Nike or Oregon is like super hot fire sexy, like crazy NIL. Imagine an all Canada recruiting road to Natty. Dude, that would be hilarious. So maybe that's something we do for like, you know, one of the next ones. I was talking to my buddy Carl today. Like, me and Carl were talking about it, and we were talking about like, you know, certain prompts maybe we follow. Like, dude, what if you build like a Hawaii team and you can only fill it with like Hawaii kids or like Alaska kids? You can only do Hawaii, Alaska, maybe like California. Like, you're only allowed to recruit 3 schools. So throw some ideas in the chat or throw some ideas on comment on the videos and all that stuff. If you have any ideas or sort of playthroughs you want to see, like, let me know. Go ahead. Also, like, I got my, I know I have my like socials kind of tagged and thrown around everywhere. Let me know on Twitter. Let me know on Instagram. Let me know on YouTube, the Twitch, whatever you need to do. Just go ahead and let me know. Oregon's finally allowed to legally throw money around. Yep. Mario Cristobal, man. Dude ain't scared. That dude ain't scared. I'll tell you that. At Oregon, he was not scared. Now with, what's his name? Dan Lanning. I'm sure they're doing some good stuff too, but it's interesting how good those recruiting classes were at Oregon. They're awfully good pre-NIL and early NIL, and now you see what Cristobal's doing at Miami, and they may have only won 5 games or 4 games this year, but they pulled in a top 5 recruiting class. Interesting. Very interesting. So let's look at wideouts. Let's see if we can find us some fast boys. Let's see. Receivers. Pipeline. 3 stars. Deal breaker? Nah. Percent locked? Not a lot. Y'all, do we just go straight up like minimum speed? Like, y'all, are we saying like, dude, if you ain't sniffing 4-3, you can't be here? Well, let's just see who pops up. 1, 0. Lame. We're getting receivers that run in the 4-4s. Gross. 3. Let me knock it down to 2 stars. All right. Let's go see these 4. All right. Let's see. Sorry, guys. My eyes are dry. Oof. 2:30 out in these streets, man. Thank y'all for being here. I think a lot of you stayed for like the whole stream, which is pretty sick. Oops. I made an edit on my doc that you all can't see, but it was an accidente. How many people we got? 5? I mean, dude, we've been pushing like, man, we had like 10 people in here at one point. That's so sick. Like, Chase, you were here for the early ones. Like, I mean, dude, at this point on that Tuesday stream, dude, you were like by yourself. That's pretty sick to get where we're at right now. That's awesome. So let's look at Stephen Clark. Also, look at this JUCO cat. This JUCO full 6 foot 183, throwing around 310 on bench. Are we kidding? Okay. Stephen Clark, no offers. Running 4-4. We're good. Alan Johnson's a JUCO guy, possession guy, running 4-4. I might like that a lot. Stephon Griffin, 6'189, says he's a speed guy. No offers. Guys, when I'm looking at that too, right? When you're saying like not being recruited, whatever, I'm just looking to see if any of these top schools or whatever on here, if any of them have offered, I know he's at least being recruited by somebody. So if nobody shows an offer, I'm assuming he's not being recruited. So I'm going to throw him on the board at least. So yeah, all of these guys, 51 overall is bad. I mean, 58's not good. 59's not good, but they at least have a chance. Are we good, guys, if we don't add Charles Young to the board? Like, best case, he moves up 10 overall after we scout him and he's a 61. That's best case. Can I get a yay or a nay on adding Charles Young to the board? Because in my head, I'm like, no, I don't think we do. Gatorade. All right. Who we got? Grant? Oh my goodness. Grant Trider is in the frickin' building. Grant, welcome, my West Coast frickin' brethren. Grant, thanks for coming in here, dude. I appreciate you. You've made a nice little like late appearance, kind of like every time we've done this. How fun is that? My sneaky little West Coast boy. Is it 12:30 where you're at right now? Are you in Cali? Are you on spring break in Cali right now? Just enjoying your West Coast time, man. I love that, dude. That was honestly kind of the draw of doing this late. I thought worst case, like, man, dude, maybe, yes, sir, home from spring break. Hell yeah. That's what I figured. Dude, it's like 12:30 for you right now. And I was like, man, if you can live, man, if you're West Coast, you're good. You can stay on for this thing. You know what I mean? Like, 3:30, it's 1:30 for you. That's fine. Look, I figured some West Coast people would hang out. Measurables and athletics aren't good enough to make it make sense. Yeah, true. Running backs are bigger need anyways. I agree. I don't disagree. Sorry, Charles. You know, it is what it is. Plus, we're just at a position right now too where like we need help kind of everywhere. Lord knows we don't need to add 4 receivers to this. Like, I agree with y'all. I think we're on the same spot. Running back, receiver on the board. We need tight ends bad, y'all. I'm pretty sure we need tight ends bad. Let's just see if there's any in the pipeline that even like mess with us. Hopefully we got somebody here. 6'5", 243 checks out. And you know what I kind of like out of this, honestly, guys? What we're noticing? I think we've added a few JUCOs. So that would be guys that could kind of come in and play ASAP, which is probably what we'll need. And this guy's not being recruited by anyone. I kind of like this guy a lot. He's a receiving skill set guy, but he's got C run blocking. Hopefully this guy has at least like, 70 blocking. And I think we might have a little steal here. I kind of like that. Clay Bell is 1,000% a tight end name. You're 100% right. Ooh, 6'6", 255. Y'all, tight end number 64, no thank you. Yeah, Grant, you're living in a friggin' LSU world right now where you're like, ugh, tight end, like, is this guy a 3-star? Gross. That's really funny. Y'all, we have some, like, also, this fool is 6'6", 255, running 4.7. Are we kidding? This fool's moving. Oh, he's got offers though. Oh, it's a bummer. I'm still gonna add him. Just to see. I know, Grant, I thought you would love this because UTEP's pipeline schools are California. Isn't that fun? Mike Grant, 6'6", 250. I think I hate his name, to be 1,000%. Mike Grant is 2 first names. Don't love that. But we'll take him just to see. He's actually not being recruited from somebody. Dominic he's got 2 offers, which I don't love. But granted, it looks pretty early in the process still. We might have a shot. With that being said, tight end's good. We have room for one more guy. Do we go see if we can find a corner? Like, we need a corner. Yeah, exactly. Darnell Washington, Bill on Moses, 100%. Let's just go look and see if we can find a corner for right now. Ooh, 7 matches. Oh, 6'2", 202. Oh my God. 6'2", 202 running 4.34? This fool can freaking go. Oh my goodness. Sheesh, guys. I mean, 6'2", 198 running 4.42 is ridiculous. This cat, though, and he's a Cali kid, this is wild. Wow. See, like 5'9", 188 and running 4.6s? Hell no. Like, we ain't playing with that at all. That's hilarious. This fool can freaking go. All right, guys. So we added them to the board. We have some points. Honestly, y'all, what I'm trying to do here, our Coach XP 635. I'm hoping after we sim next week, we need to scout though. Because I'm worried that we're going to have, I want us to get 100% scouting points. What I don't want to do is scout some of these guys this week and then get the 100% scouting one next week and just do that when I could have just done that the whole time. Honestly, what we should do, let's go look at this, right? Top schools. Because if anybody, and I'll hopefully not see. So for instance, you see how this kid's got movement? That means he's been recruited this week. So, or excuse me, the previous week. So that means he's being like actively recruited by some schools, and like us getting in, we're going to be like behind the 8 ball off the jump. But we knew Dominic Moses. We knew that when we were going in. Well, we can live there. I just want to see if there's anyone else. So for instance, Ed Madison's been recruited by New Mexico. Zach Church been recruited by Illinois. So like when we come into Zach Church, we're going to be like way behind. Honestly, what I want to do is if we see anybody like this, I just want to take them off the board. Just because we're already behind the 8 ball. I'd much rather get in when there's nobody else as opposed to like fighting an uphill battle that we don't have to fight, if that makes sense. If y'all are good with that, I'm going to do that. So I would much rather like dump these guys and find some like guys at other positions that maybe we need. So I'm going to dump Zach Church. I'm probably going to dump Ed Madison. Maybe not, because they've only dropped down like 80 points. I'll keep Ed Madison. I'll keep Ed. Russ will keep. All these guys keep, and keep. All right. We're good. Feel good there. All the newbies. Feel all good with the newbies. How many did we drop? 2? 1. So let's go throw another corner on there. Corner from the pipeline. 2 stars. That has no deal breaker and oops, not interest percent. Because we had that one corner underneath our top one. That was pretty decent too. Yeah, Jacob Jackson. No offers. I don't. Oh, see, he's got Boise State, so nope. I know. Yeah, I agree. I know, Garrett. That's the bummer. He's got the Boise State offer. We're not going to bother getting in there. Yeah. 5'9", 174 does not fit the criteria. 6'2", 181. See, my only thing is he's running 4.5. Oh, and he's got offers too, so no thanks. Guys, 5'10", 176. 4.60, and he's a 49 overall? That is terrible. That is bad. See, these guys are all running 4.6s. Like, these dudes ain't fast enough. Let's go look at... What do y'all think? D lineman? Garrett said he's better than Pat Howard. Yeah, no question. I've seen that highlight. I know you're better than Pat Howard. Where do we go here, guys? Do we go safety and try and find us an athlete that maybe can switch to corner? Or do we try and find a big boy defensive lineman that can play like a true defensive end for us? What do y'all think? Y'all tell me. I'll go wherever y'all go. We just got to add one guy. So whatever y'all want to do, D end or safety / corner, I'll do whichever. But whichever one pops in the chat first is the one I'll do. Grant says D-line. That needs that Deion Sanders single parent mentality, though. That's a fair point. Grant, that's a fair point. I can't believe he said that, man. I mean, I get it. I get what he's saying, but you don't need to say that, little dummy. Chase says big boy. Garrett says, do you have a true no? Chase said, do you think the new NCAA has a filter for parent amount? That's hilarious. Oh, man. You would hope so, right? I mean, at this point, if that game's trying to be realistic, they would have single parent households. That's a fact. If it's realistic, that is funny. Garrett, do we have a true nose on the board? Dude, I don't think so. There's no way. Well, we have that 6'4", 299 guy that can sort of pass for a true nose, but I understand what you're saying. You want us to find like a big dude. Like you want us to find a big boy. Like let's honestly, Garrett, let's look. Yeah, I want dudes that I want a cat that's over 301. There's one cat. 6'1", 324. We could live there, Garrett. Honestly, 6'1", 324. At 324, we can live there. Okay, let's add him to the board. Let's see. I'm interested in that one. I can live with that. If I'm a team fighting for, Grant says, if I'm a team fighting for like a QB with Colorado and the kid is a single parent, then I'm pulling up that Dion quote and saying, Dion doesn't even want you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Grant, it's funny you say that. I almost sort of thought about at the end of the cycle, sort of calculating, because, you know, with like the tools we have, like UC report and stuff like that, like you can look up information like that. I almost thought about looking it up at the end of the year, like when the cycle ends, and actually putting on, like actually putting out a like data set essentially that says something along the lines of like Dion's actual offers, right? However many kids he's offered. And at each position, go through which ones and see which ones fit the criteria that he laid out. And just be like, offers that Dion sent, and then ones that actually fit what he explained. Just to see like, hey man, he only really offered kids like, he only offered like a 40% that actually fit his quote unquote requirements, right? Oh, Garrett, TCU plays Colorado week 1. Are you for real? Oh, no. They're going to have a bad time. That's brutal. Honestly, guys, like, I think I saw the Vegas odds. Oh, at TCU, too. That's brutal. I think I saw the Vegas odds today. Their over-under was, I think it was 4.5 on the season. Y'all, honestly, oh, Garrett, that's a great point. That really could be game day. Yo, if Price protecting that Colorado, no question, dude. Price is gonna be living it up, man. Y'all, if Colorado wins, if Colorado even sniffs 500 next year, I would be shocked. I would be absolutely floored if Colorado made it to 500. Like completely floored. I think we have our board made right now. Yeah, 35. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, since we don't have a lot of recruiting points, let me look back. Let's just add on that guy for funsies. All right, and guys, we've done a lot. I mean, it's so funny to sit here and look at this. Y'all, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 15 minutes. We haven't even advanced a week yet. We haven't even advanced. This is absurd. I honestly thought I was going to get to like the end of the season tonight. I don't think I'm going to be even close. But let's move it along. You know, let's see how we do. I cannot believe we have like barely moved. That's crazy. The chat was strong though, dude. It was really cool having like this many people. No calm recruits for nothing. No question, dude. That is kind of like, it's funny. I was talking to my buddy Carl today. He's in town, so hanging out with him. And Carl was kind of like, I was just kind of telling him, I was explaining like, dude, this recruiting only one, like, I'm honestly kind of nervous. Like, I'm not gonna have anything to talk about solely because I've done the first episode already, which was sort of explaining kind of like what the lowdown is, what the position types are, all that stuff, whatever. And like, yeah, I gave a refresher at the beginning, but y'all, for like 2 hours maybe, we've been like banging it out, talking about recruiting, talking about how we're going about building each side of the ball, all that good stuff. Like, I think we've had like good conversation. And we talked about like, dude, like to your point, Chase, like, dude, we talked about like actual real life recruiting and kind of the way that the world works in our personnel world and stuff. And like, that was super fun. Picking players and talking their stats is fun. Oh, no doubt, dude. That's like the fun part. Like, y'all, like, we set an NCAA record for the longest kick return last week. Sick. Shout out Tyron Smith. That's awesome. But yeah, dude, like talking about a guy like Marcus Hand is like the thrill I have for this recruiting. Like this series specifically is hilarious. Like, I think that's so funny for these type of things. Let's go look at our coaching trees. I'm a big proponent of just making sure our guys are just fully, you know, I don't want our guys to get hurt. I don't want them to have stamina. So that's usually what I focus on these. Hopefully we can get like 200 points after this game today. We need 165 points to get to 800. That way we can fully scout every kid. That's what we need. Yes, Chase, I meant the glove. That's on me. That's on me. Honestly, that's on me. I deserve a slap on the wrist for that one. You're 100% right. That's on me. 1000%. Y'all, let's play. Can we get off the schneid? Can we get off the schneid? Some of the dudes the game spit out are so weird, especially those athletes. You got to look at some more of them. Oh, dude, I know. And like, that's the part that I love is because those athletes, we really can, again, like Hand, right? Like the glove. The glove is like a multifaceted, like multi-dimensional talent. Like we could put him at like 3 positions. And if we had like 4 or 5 of those dudes on the board, we can just sort of like pick and choose how we go about each position. Like that is sort of a nice bonus about going that route. I agree. That's fire that Carl's there. Yeah, dude, he like told me like a week and like 3 days before he came. He was like, hey, I'm coming to Austin, just a heads up. He's been here like every day for the last like 5 days. It's been awesome. It's been so sick. So that's cool. Let me make sure. Yeah, running the deuce, running 3-4. Well, we're better statistically than Colorado. We have a chance. Dude's LeBron. Excuse me. LeBron's more like the Gov. Yeah, you're totally right. Ooh, Grant, when's your formal? I don't know when those are. It's pretty cool though, man. I actually think you would like Austin a lot. It's definitely more like, you know, that speed compared to like Houston or Dallas. It's much more that vibe. April 1st, the actual day. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. That's in like 2 weeks. That's fun. Yeah, dude, let me know. Top 3 favorite prospects for the draft this year. Oh, man, Garrett, that's a good question. Oh, man, you're making me want to pull up a list just to see. Oh, no, Awatt's got a sprained elbow. We're running a backup running back out there today, guys. Yeah, that's a good point, Grant. Will Levis is 100% it. Yeah, Grant, honestly, the fact that wasn't like the first name out my mouth is stupid. Yeah, Will's my boy. Love that dude. Ooh, man. I really am going to have to look. That's such a good question. Let me pull it up, because that's going to bother me. Like, I need to... and I'll just go, like, top guys, right? I won't pull a name, like, crazy out of the woodwork. Because I'm assuming that's what you want, right? Like, you want me to know who I, like, really like. Yeah, Chase, that running back, that Tajay Spears kid is good. That kid's really good. I'll start at the bottom. I'm running through, like, PFF's top 100. Ooh, I love Parker Washington. I was a big Parker Washington guy out of high school. He's from Penn State. He's like a slot receiver, can play Z if he needs to. Phenomenal hands, like phenomenal body control, route running, can still high point the ball even though he's like 5'10". Like, he's so talented, just lacks top end speed. Like, dude, if he had top end speed, I think people would be looking at him in the same like Zay. It's not Zay Jones, right? Is that his name from Boston College? What's the Boston College kid's name? The receiver. Zay Flowers. Excuse me. Zay Flowers. Yes, thank you, Grant. Zay Flowers. That's he. If he had top end, he would be in that conversation, I think. Let's flip this coin. I think that's heads. Hell yeah. Kicking this thing. Really like Parker Washington. Let's see. Jalen Jones at A&M I really liked, only because I was with him like on his OV at A&M. So like, I loved his family. He's super nice, super great kid. I like the Cody Mock tackle out of North Dakota State. You know, small school kid, put on a ton of weight. Love that. Let's see. Guys, I think maybe it's not a kid that I like love necessarily. And so like top 3, right? Ooh, guys, I messed up. I'm not supposed to kick this off. This is cheating. I'm playing the game. I'm playing. Sorry. Surprise, we're playing this game. Y'all, the kid that I like, guys, I think Devon Chain. I think Devon Chain is going to be so good. In the end, like, I know he's small. Y'all, that kid is so freaking explosive. Like, I think he's going to give people fits at the next level. Like, I really do think he's going to be, like, that good. Obviously, I love Darnell Washington just because he's such a freak, like, talent. Y'all, if Colorado State beats us, I'm going to be upset. They are running all over us right now. Hey, we scored. Oh, man. Can we get our first win, please? First win, guys. We need it. Oh, God. Oh, God. This one's going down to the wire. Y'all, we're going to lose. We lost to Colorado State. Man. But we got an upgrade. Hello. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Devon Chain's insane. Yeah, dude, he did play really well against A&M. I totally forgot about that. But dude, like with his center of gravity and his top end speed and his ability to like run around, he is absurd. Wow, Garrett throwing out BJ Thompson. Dude, so he actually signed with Baylor out of high school. I think he had some like off-field stuff and he ended up either not getting there or he got kicked out and went to SFA, something like that. Dude, you want to talk about an athletic freak show? BJ Thompson. 1,000%. Dude, I'm telling you, look up the video if it's out there. I think it is. There's a video of him like broad jumping. Yo, legit, this fool jumps like an 11.5 or like an 11 something broad jump at like, 6'6", 240 something, whatever he is. Like, it is insane how explosive and bendy and all that crap. Like, dude, it's bonkers. Like, totally bonkers. Siaki Ike, I like. Isaiah Foskey was a big time kid that we loved coming out of high school. He played tight end and edge out of high school. We loved him. Ooh, Garrett, I got one. So if Will Levis is on there, one of the kids, I think these two are close in the rankings. One for sure. Oh, man. I really like the running backs. The one guy I would say I would like stamp on, I think he's going to be a really good player. Zach Charbonnet, I love him out of UCLA. But he was with Michigan, I think, out of high school. Originally signed up with Michigan. Dude, Zach Charbonnet, I think, is real. When we played them at the Rose Bowl, I was like, yo, who? I mean, I knew who he was. But, like, dude, looking at him in person, he is built perfect. I mean, like, legit create a player perfect. He was awesome. Oh, dude, Grant, I'm telling you, that's like the coolest part of this whole thing. Like, that's the coolest part, is being like, yo, like honestly, that was the coolest part about like Stingley, right? Like somebody like Derek Stingley, where I could literally sit there and like close my eyes and remember Derek Stingley's camp performance as a junior. Like, when he came to LSU camp as a junior and he had on these like white tights, a white cutoff shirt with his little Dunham helmet and his like white silver spikes or whatever it was. And he was just like, he moved so different than everyone else. Like, even running like drills, like just doing like back pedals and like flipping his hips. You were like, yo, who the hell is that? Like, unreal. But I mean, like, dude, that kid gets drafted like top 5. And I was like, dude, I remember watching him when he was like 15. It's totally crazy. Like, so crazy. But that's definitely the coolest part. First ever game called up to varsity was against Oaks Christian and Charbonnet. Cool. Yeah, that sucks. that is tough. BJ, do I like BJ Ojulari? Yeah, absolutely. BJ was awesome. Too freaky on text to take him at 33 if he's still there. Yeah, I was gonna say Oaks Christian was really good. They had a kid at Oaks Christian had a receiver that signed with Stanford that I loved. I don't know if he really panned out, but he was like one of the most explosive kids I've like ever seen out of high school. He's got a little brother that's coming out now too. I can't think of his name, but he was a really fun player. I really liked him. Bryce something. I'm going to find it. Give me 1 second. Bryce Farrell. I knew it was Bryce something. Bryce Farrell. Dude, like, so explosive. Small guy, but my goodness, he was explosive. Another kid I love, Drew Sanders. Big Drew Sanders guy. Like out of Denton Ryan, he was crazy. Like, he was so good. I'm glad he was able to go to Arkansas and like ball out because he's really good. What's it called? Jahmyr Gibbs. I loved him out of high school. He was a super late riser, which was crazy. Like Jahmyr Gibbs was like, he didn't get all his offers until he was a senior, and he ends up at Georgia Tech and being incredible. And goes to Alabama and is surprise. Incredible. But like, dude, I loved him. He was so good. Fournette's balling. Oh, is he? That's good. Is he actually? Like, is he gonna make? I didn't realize he early enrolled. Is he actually balling at TCU right now? That'll make me happy. How many practices have y'all had at TCU, Garrett? How many practices have y'all had? I'm curious. Did I do Choose 2? Did you put him on there, Grant? I know what Choose 2 is. I've heard of it. I haven't obviously participated or know who's on it, but I have heard of it. Did he make it on there? How does a kid from Oaks Christian make Choose 2? That's really funny, though. Let's see. Who else do I like? Oof. Antonio Johnson from A&M is awesome. Chase Farrell got put on by one of the students. That's awesome. Chase is, dude, that kid is good. I like him. I really like the Chase Farrell kid. He's really good. Practice is about to start, but people are saying he's freaky in workouts. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man, the thing about that kid is he is so freakishly terrifying athletically and size-wise with the length. Like, dude, that kid's going to be good. I'm telling you, that kid's going to be good. He actually won Choose 2 is sick. I love Chase Farrell, man. I thought he was such a good player. Yeah, put a ban on everyone. I mean, obviously, like, you're wasting time trying to find a kid like that, but I love that someone did. Like, that's cool. I'm for that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Outside, like, the big dudes, right? Garrett. That's kind of my little list. I like a lot of the skill guys in this one. Other than that, like, the top guys are the top guys. Not like super in love with any of them. I really like Joey Porter Jr. He's really good. Man, I will give y'all a fun little story on Brian Branch from Alabama. Yes, losing to this Colorado State team sucks. Like, this is bad. Like, I'm scared that we're going to get completely, like, blanked on the year, to be honest. So when we were at Texas A&M, I was at A&M when Brian Branch was coming out. And this was when Mike Elko, right? Now the head coach at Duke. He was the D coordinator at Texas A&M. And he basically, like, he brought us, like, he was like, hey, can y'all give me a watch list of, like, safeties? Like, I want to come in and watch with you guys, and we kind of, like, pick and choose which guys we like the most and whatever. So we did it, and we basically gave it to Coach Elko, and we're like, hey, this is the list. Let's meet back up this afternoon and kind of go over what we ranked all these guys. And so we had a list of, like, I think it was, like, 8 kids. Probably, like, 8 safeties. And we sit down and Coach Elko comes in and we put him on the tape. So we put him in the order that we put on the initial list of paper, being like, hey, here's the 10 kids we're going to watch. We're going to go straight down the line, then do our rankings after. So we go through and we watch and we give our rankings. And I'm not kidding. I think out of, like, the 4 personnel guys that were in there, all of us ranked Brian Branch in the bottom 2. Like, he was either 7 or 8 for all of us. For Coach Elko, he was safety number 1. And we were like, dude, you are crazy. Like, he's a good football player, but he didn't, like, move around all that great. That was the deal. Is like, he didn't move around all that great. He was kind of undersized. We were like, I don't know. Coach Elko was like, because Coach Elko's got away with words, man. Like, he won't let it, like, he lets you know what he's thinking, and he's not afraid to kind of, like, be that guy. And he was like, hey, you guys are dumb. just so you know, y'all have no clue what you're looking at. And, like, to be fair, he's probably right. Obviously, Brian Branch is going to go in the first round. Or, like, top 50, worst case. Like, and plus, this is coming from the guy that had Jesse Bates at Wake Forest. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, Coach Elko knows what he's doing. So, yeah, it was really cool to just kind of be like, you're so, like, Coach Elko doesn't know what he's talking about. And now Brian Branch is legit, like, going to be a first rounder. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess he was right about this, about this one. So, sick. Everyone else, yeah, like, they're good. Like, Quinn Johnston, cool. Tyree Wilson, yeah. All those big guys, yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much my little list. Let's see what else we got in here. Y'all, we gotta go over the game. Like, let's see. Like, I mean, dude, look, I mean, we had 390 yards of offense. Like, that ain't bad at all. Let me move this guy back a little bit. Back up to me. Like, 390 yards of offense is excellent. I mean, we threw for 300. Our third down percentage is terrible. 27% on third down's bad. Went for it on fourth down twice, didn't go. This is where, like, y'all. Yeah, turn the ball over 3 times. 2 fumbles is horrific. 3 turnovers. And we only scored on 50% of our red zone attempts. And look at our defense, honestly. They went to the red zone 5 times and scored a touchdown once. That's great defense in the red zone. That's bend but don't break. But man, we only scored once in the red zone. We can't do that. And turn the ball over 3 times. Man, can't do that. Cannot do that. How many drops? Great question, Chase. Let's see. Oh, our running back threw a pass for 37 yards. That's fun. Like 48%'s not great. 2 tutties and a pick. 4 sacks. That's whatever. Ooh, shoof. We average less than 4 yards a clip on the ground, which is bad. 4 drops, Chase. Can't do that. 4 drops, man. But look at Tyron Smith. Dude. I mean, dude, we had 2 receivers go for over 100 yards. That is crazy. Man. That's tough, guys. That's tough. Zuri Henry putting the team on his back, 8 pancakes. Oh my lord. No, Garrett, you're right. We did. We had like 180 yards of offense on them. Joe Brady, summer if that. Yeah, no question. Grant, you said, what do you think of Tyree Wilson? Builds freaky. Dude, I really like the kid, man. Like, he was at Tech with us, obviously, and super awesome kid. Very lovable kid. I think he's got a little bit of stiffness. Just a little bit, right? Not a lot. I mean, because you're still talking about a, like, legit 6'5", 6'6", 275-ish pound kid, 270. So naturally, he's not going to bend like Von Miller or anything like that, right? Like, the comp that myself and James Blanchard, like the DPP at Texas Tech, when we were talking about it, think of him as maybe a bigger bodied like Gregory Rousseau, if you want to get an idea for kind of like the skill set body type combination. I think Tyree's a little better at the point of attack in the run game because he's got a little more mass to him and a little more natural power to him. But Gregory Rousseau, I think, might have a little bit more twitch, maybe a little more bend in his game. I think Tyree is sort of like the ideal run-stopping version of like a 5-tech or a 4-eye, whatever they want him to be. And he's going to be disruptive against the pass. That's why people like him, because he's 6'6", 270-something. I think he led the country in total pressures, if I'm not mistaken. I just think in terms of actually getting to the quarterback, he's going to struggle with finishing, but he will get in the backfield. So, there's people that believe that disruption is production, and I don't think that's wrong necessarily. I think that's right. However, I don't think he's going to get the sack numbers that people think he's going to be. And do you draft that in the top 10? I don't know. But do I think he's a first round pick? No, no question. His arm length is nuts, right? Absolutely. One of the longest kids I've ever measured. honestly, the only cat that I've measured maybe that's like bigger, longer than him is a kid that they got over there right now. His name's Miles Cole. He was a transfer from ULM actually last year. It's the longest wing I think I've ever measured in my life. I think his wing was like 86 and a half or like 86 and 3. It was like a 7 foot plus wing. Like it was legit. I think it was legit 86 plus. It's like a 7'2" wingspan. And the kid's not like 7 feet tall. He was like 6'5" and change or 6'6" and change. Something like that. Dude, he was bonkers. Like legit 6'5", 6'6", like 280 something pounds and terrifyingly large. It was crazy. Yeah. Get that pass rush and tool belt sharp. Yeah, no question. He loves a bull and he loves a long arm, which if you're that long, you should do that. It's not like you need to ghost rush or anything like that. Like, yeah, use your long arm, no doubt. But he needs to work on his hand swipes and like dips and stuff like that, which he will do. Like, somebody will get him right. But yeah, that's just the skill set. Y'all, we played well. I'm a little disappointed we didn't win. Ultimately, it was just about converting our chances. So it's kind of a bummer that we weren't able to do that. But the thing that's nice is that we do have some points to scout, which is fun. So we'll be able to scout it out a little bit. Ooh, look at Oregon barely beating Cal. Utah State was 24th in the country and they lost. The TCU Horned Frogs beat SMU, so big congrats on that, Garrett. My boy Paul Oyewale is a long MF too. Oh, dude. Don't get me started now. I love that, man. Love me some Paul Oyewale. Blank SMU. I wonder what that word is. You love SMU? Probably. That's probably what it was. Guys, let's see. Yeah. Garrett, you brought up a little soft spot for me, dude. I'm a little upset. We never... I don't want to talk about Paul. Paul makes me sad. Love that kid, man. I do too, Chase. I do too. I think he will. I'm curious if he ends up being a Houston Texan, man. That would be very interesting. I'd be very curious if Bryce Young ended up a Houston Texan. I think there's a chance. Yeah, can you let Paul know that we're talking about... oh, you have a graveyard section. Sick. That's really funny, actually. I like that. Is... What's his name in it? Is the safety from Massachusetts in there that played at IMG? Jonel Aguero. Is Jonel Aguero in there? I'd love to know. Yes. I'd be curious if Jonel was in there. Perfect. That's kind of what I figured, because I was like, that was the first kid I could have thought of that was like, hey, we messed up here, guys. That's the first one I thought of. Guys, let's go through. We're just going to look through and see, are we in or out on anybody that we can take off, any of that good stuff. Okay. So made it on there, but fighting a fight a little bit. That's the Nebraska, or excuse me, that's the New Mexico kid. The only thing I'm kind of worried about with this one is we don't get a ton of points for him, 70. So we'll see how he is talent-wise. If he's high rated, we're going to have to put a lot of points on there. If not, no big deal. If Bryce goes to the Texans and Levis goes to the Colts, you think Levis has a better career? Oof. I don't know, man. That's tough. I'm trying to think. Who's the head coach of the Colts right now? Because I know they were doing the like Jeff Saturday thing, but I don't remember who ended up getting like the job. Honestly, I think if Bryce goes to the Texans, I think he'll be okay. I actually kind of like the OC that the Texans got. I think he's sharp. The only thing is it's not a situation with stability. Steichen, thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Honestly, yeah, the hard part is if Bryce goes to the Texans, I think he's going to have like a multitude of offensive coordinators or offensive minds, just because with a defensive head coach like that, you're probably going to be in a position where your coach changes a couple times. However, I don't think Bryce Young is going to need a lot of like time. I just don't think he's going to need a lot of time and a lot of like development, you know? I don't think he's going to need to. I think he's one of those guys that can kind of like plug and play, to be honest. But we'll see. I'll be curious. Yeah, having to start right away though does suck. Like, you just don't get a chance to like figure it out. But I mean, the kid's played at the highest level and he's dominated at the highest level, so I think he's gonna be all right. You know, I think he's gonna be all right. Will's the harder one, just because Will's got the biggest gap, right? Like his ceiling is through the roof and his floor is below the basement, right? You just don't know where you're gonna get there. Like his thing is like him and Anthony Richardson are so, I mean, their upside is dependent on where they go, like completely where they go. Because if they go to a place that can actually develop and get them right, dude, I mean, it could be through the moon. More arm talent, dude, it's tough. I think ultimately Richardson can like get it out there further, but it depends how you define arm talent. I think you can define arm talent as like, for me, if I look at arm talent, I view it as the ability to get it out quickly, the ability to throw from like multiple arm slots, and overall velocity on the football. And I think doing that, I think that's how I encompass arm talent. I think you have some people that strictly define arm talent as like velocity or arm strength or whatever you want to call it. So for me, with my definition of arm talent, I think I would go Will Levis, because his release is bananas fast and he's got good velocity and he can throw from multiple arm angles. Like, he's got it all when it comes to that. Like, if you just had a contest of people standing there and you're just like, all right, dude, just like get it out, Levis would win every time. But if you had like a throwing deep contest, like, hey, who can get it out the furthest? I think Anthony Richardson could win that. Josh Allen ruined QB scouting. Yeah, dude, it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that, Chase, because I said the same thing. Because I was like, y'all, if Josh Allen is successful, nobody will have a clue on how to evaluate QBs. Nobody. I mean, it's completely guessing now, almost. Because Josh's arm talent is through the roof. His athletic ability is excellent. Coming out of college, accuracy-wise, it was like he has no shot. I mean, people thought like accuracy-wise, he had zero. Like, I mean, it was not even there. But arm talent-wise, right, or arm strength-wise, whatever you want to call it, he could do everything. Me too, Garrett. Same. It's completely the same. Like, I was just like, dude, I don't know what you do with him. I don't know who's gonna like clean up his accuracy. You can't do it. And the fact he's turned into this guy that's like, you know, one of the top prospects in the NFL and top QBs in the league, like, it is wild. Like, it is crazy. Crazy. Winning points here, winning point. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna drop any of these running backs. I think I'm gonna keep them all. And I think we're gonna just look at them. We're gonna like scout them all and just kind of see. Just kind of see what we're looking at. After their rookie years, I said Darnold over Allen. That was 50-50 at the time. Crazy to see where that debate is now. I know. It really is. It's crazy. Like, excuse me. It is crazy how, like, I mean, dude, career trajectories just... Like, honestly, the guy that I cannot believe, like, Geno Smith's story is unreal. Like, dude, that cat, he hadn't started a game, what was it, like, since 2017? And now he literally just signed an extension to stay the quarterback at Seattle. That is insanity. Like, that is wild. Like, good for him. That is unreal good. That's crazy. Let's keep going. See if there's anybody we can drop. Good. Awesome. Good. Honestly, we kind of picked up some ground. Much more ground on this tight end than I thought. So Dominic, we can actually keep. We actually got a lot of points on him, so I'm good with that. Good there. All right, so we're gonna keep on going. Yeah, Grant, no doubt. So sick at West VU, yes. Super cool to see him ball out, yes. Never forget those West Virginia teams, absolutely. That was a crazy time. Like, West Virginia was like on top of the world. So wild. All the tight ends I actually feel decent about, which is good. All the alignment are good. I just want to see where they're at stack-wise. Guys, I'm telling you, I think Kellen Cameron we can get in the boat. When this kid comes on his visit, he's probably going to pop, and that'll be massive. After this week, we'll probably call it, to be honest with you. I wanted to get through, but, like, dude, we had such good conversation in here. Like, we'll just... Next Thursday, we'll ride it out, and we'll do the same thing. John Thompson, good. Feel pretty good here, guys. Feeling pretty good along the offensive line. Richie Curry, we might be out on. We'll see. Pat Lee's nothing, whatever. This is kind of our biggest problem area, I would say. Defensive end-wise, we don't have a ton. We'll see. I think we'll be okay. That's the guy we added, right? That's the nose. Cool. Awesome. So we'll see how he looks. Outside backer. I'm almost okay with kind of like taking some points off of him. Just because he's a good player, but he doesn't like fit super well with kind of where we're at. But we'll see. All these guys are fine. Inside we don't need. Corners. That kid. Ooh, see, some people are gaining some ground. But I think after our OV, hopefully we'll be in a good spot. I am nervous. That's the kid I'm nervous about because we need him. Like, we need this corner bad. Dane, good. We put in there. Darnell, we're in the lead. Safety, we didn't add anybody. Kicker, we're good still. Yep. Look at all these people coming in. They want Chaz Higgins. And I don't blame them. The glove, we in there like swimwear. We got people coming up though. I'm curious how that one was gonna look. We need to offer some scholarships too. That's another thing. Ooh, we got some people ready for some visits. Let's see who we got. Kevin Wagner, yeah, we need to put him. Kevin can come on the La Tech visit, no doubt. We're going to wait on these guys because they're not good enough yet for takes. These guys are what we would call offer holds. Actually, they're P pluses because we haven't even offered them scholarships. The only thing I don't love in this game, so I say love, right? This is kind of a weird thing that teams do that I think a lot of people don't really know. There are kids that get scholarship offers from teams that are not committable offers, right? So essentially, the way that works, so we have guys that are called offer takes and guys that are called offer holds. So there's some guys that you offer. So these are guys are offer holds. I'm describing an offer hold. An offer hold is somebody that you offer a scholarship to, essentially to get in the fight, right? So you would only offer somebody an offer hold if other schools are recruiting him and you want to get in the fight, right? And you want to say like, hey, if for this kid to take us seriously with his recruitment, we need to offer him a scholarship. However, if this kid were to try to commit to us, we would not accept it. Right? So that's one way to sort of play it. Like, I kind of wish I could offer these guys scholarships just to like let them know we're recruiting them seriously. However, if they tried to commit, I wish I could be like, no, like come earn it at camp or something like that. Or let's wait till you come on an OV first or something like that, right? So it shows that like, hey, we're serious about recruiting you, you're on the board, whatever. But at the same time, I don't want to take your commitment yet because we might out recruit you and I don't want you to take up a scholarship spot. So that's kind of the idea. So yeah, those are the type of things the new game needs. That's kind of the whole deal. You're back first week of the personal office? No doubt. Yeah. Like we're going back in time, dude. 100%. So visit wise, we're good. I don't want to have those kids visit yet. I want to see if there's anybody that we can maybe knock some points off of. Like, let's see who we have like an early, anybody we have like a really good lead on that we can maybe like take a week off recruitment wise. Yeah. Like Kellen Cameron. I think he's come and visit week 6. Are we in week 5 or week 4? Do y'all remember? I don't want to go back out. Oh, let me see. Okay. Hold on. So we were in week 4. I think we're in week 5. Yeah, we're in week 5. Because we're in week 4 with UTSA and lost. And then we simmed that to get to week 5, which is where we're at now, where we lost to Colorado State. Pretty sure that's right. I think that's right. So what I'm going to do is take off. Man, I don't want to take off some of these guys just because we got these two teams are breathing down our neck. Well, really, Anthony Gibson, they're breathing down our neck. Kellen's so close to committing. I think I'm willing to take 500 off him for now, just so we can do some scouting. Let's see. Let's see where we're at point-wise. We want to make sure we got guys that are worth it. So let's take a look. See, I like scouting. Here we go. I wanted the overalls to show. Yeah. All right. So let's see what we got here. Yes. Yes, please. We will take that. 89 speed immediately becomes the fastest guy on our roster, which is crazy. I think our top guy's 88 right now. So yep, we would take that. Let's look at Clay Bell. Clay's a 69. 68 run blocking. 65 pass blocking. The blocking is honestly not horrific. It's not good. He's definitely more of a pass catcher for sure. But the strength's almost 70. What's his body type? I think he was big, right? Yeah, 6'5", 243. So on the leaner side, however, he's good. I think he's good enough. I mean, does he make our room better? Yeah, I would say so. So we'll keep him on there. Dominic, let's see how Dominic looks. 63, not as strong of a blocker. not as athletic, not as quality, not as strong catching the football. So Dominic's kind of like a if we can really jump in his recruitment and like sort of skyrocket, like if Hawaii's gonna push us, I don't want to spend time recruiting this dude if Hawaii's just gonna end it like winning in the end. I don't want to do that. But we'll see. I'm not gonna take him off, but we'll leave him on. Ooh, the running backs, man. The running backs will be interesting. Ooh, 62. 62 is not great, but I will say, ooh, the catching's not very good either. I was going to say, the thing I will say, he's got 89 speed, and that's better than a lot of the guys on our backfield right now. Man, the problem is, so he's better than the guy we got in there now, right? Let's just go straight up to running backs. And let's just stay. I lied. Let's just stay. Let's stay. I lied. Let's go back to scouting. Okay. So we'll look at that. Let's look at Ed Madison. Ew, 60. And he's not even that fast. Ed, what did you run? Did he run? I thought he was like our 4-4 guy or whatever he was. Either way, I'm gonna take him off. 84 speed, that ain't gonna not for us. Take him out. Sorry, Ed. And he was the New Mexico guy either way. So let's get him out. Ooh, the nose tackle. This one I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of nervous on this one because I want him to be a monster. And I don't think he's gonna be, but we'll see. Ooh, 64. So he bumped up a little bit. Decent strength. Decent block shedder. Man, I'll be honest, dude, 64 is not as bad as I thought. I thought he was going to go down. 64 is not bad. I think we definitely keep him on the list. I'm not mad at him at all. I think we keep him on there. Plus, he's a true nose tackle body type. I say we keep him. Michael Russ. I want one of these running backs to be like a dude. 85. Cannot catch the ball at all, for the record. Man, I don't know, man. This guy's like the highest rated one we got right now, but he doesn't even fit the skill set. Like, guys, he can't catch the ball. So, and he's not like great speed. I'm going to take him off. I don't think he fits, personally. I just don't. Corner. Dude. 94 speed, bro? Oh, was this our guy? Was this our, was this the 6'205" guy? Yes, dude, this guy's a dog. Dane can freaking go now. That's hilarious. Dane Chapman can freaking move. All right, cool. We love Dane. We're here for Dane Chapman. That's hilarious. All right, Dane Chapman, you do your thing, bro. That's so sick. That's so funny. You go, Dane Chapman. We love this guy. That's hilarious. Give me another burner, man. I want to see another dude that can run. 86. Hey, okay. This guy, this is the running back, right? This one, dude, no question. If we get both of those cats, Dane and Gibson, that's game over. That completely changes the room. So this is more of the skill set I was looking for when you think of running backs, right? Like 87 speed. It's not elite top end. It's faster than everyone in our room right now. And ultimately, excuse me real fast. Oof. All right. Ultimately, if we're raising the floor of our room, that's the best we can ask for. As long as we're increasing the strength in our room and we keep bringing in guys that raise the floor, you're gonna get better. Like, it's inevitable. You're going to get better. This guy I like, though, because he's got decent enough long speed. He can actually catch the football relatively decent, right? It's been better than any other kid we've seen. in like the 50s and the 40s. Like, dude, I mean, he at least has a little bit of some. I mean, dude, the guy can actually like get off the line with like a 71 release, catches the ball fairly decent. I'm good with this, man. I think this is the kid that's worth putting on the board. Yeah, and he adds value in the return game, no doubt. Totally agree. I like him. I think I'm good with him. I'll keep him for sure. Let's look at these receivers. They're pretty low rated, but let's see. Whoa. 65 is a good little jump. 89 speed works. Again, faster than all the other cats. Ooh, guys. So the thing that kind of jumps out that's high rated, what's his body type? 6'1", 189? That has 80 carrying. Good top end. Catches the ball pretty darn well. Maybe he can go in the backfield? Question mark? Potentially as a running back? Maybe. Maybe. Body type work. 6'1", 190. Yes, Garrett. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The only thing is he's not super slippery, but like his ball carrier vision's not even that bad. Like 66, that could be worse. I don't hate that. So definitely keep him. Definitely kind of evaluate where we're at. Exactly, right? That's a deuce running back if I've seen one. No question. That's what I'm saying too. And like, if we have backs, or excuse me, if we don't have a lot of backs on the board, this is another route we can go, you know? Like we can get guys like for instance, like the example that I think of is someone like Deebo Samuel, right? Receiver by trade, but he can carry the ball if he needs to. For us, we might be able to live with that. So we could probably work there. Stephen Clark, we have no points to scout. Bummer. I don't know why that would be the case. We have, how much is it to scout? 50? I guess it is. So let's look at our overalls. Allen Johnson's a freak. Dane Chapman's a freak. This is the only one I'm really worried about. Like, I think we're wasting time here, guys. Do y'all think we're wasting time here? Because that's what I want to do, right? I want to make sure we put points into guys that we know we're going to get. Everything about this Corey Hunt recruitment says we're not going to get this guy. Especially week 12, when this fool goes to SMU, he's going to commit there. Like, we're not getting this dude. Yeah, tough break, Corey. Yeah, Garrett, because what we can do... what we can do is we can move that D tackle, that Scott guy. I think we can move him to 4-eye. Then we actually have that new nose tackle. We can put him at nose tackle. Like, I think that works. I don't hate that. I think that's a good thought process. So let's move Corey. Bye, Corey. Sad. You know the worst part about him, Garrett? I don't know if you noticed the saddest part. He's one of our own. He's from Katy, Texas, man. We're just going to cut off a Katy, Texas kid like that? Isn't that sad? Sad. 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 All right. Well, Corey, adios. We'll see you later. Tough. Marcus Hand, that's our boy. See, like Kevin Wagner, I don't think we just need to. I don't think we need to put that many. He likes us anyway, so let's take him off. Let's get points on the newbies. Let's scout these two guys first, and then let's see. All right, take him off. Fast as hell, but he's bad. Not good enough. And tight end even worse. I'm gonna take him off. Dude, I don't know why the glove 66 either, man. He's a freaking beast. He's an absolute beast. Allen Johnson is a dog, by the way. Man, you want to talk about, I mean, dude, his ball carrier vision's an 80. Is Allen Johnson maybe a weapon at receiver? Or excuse me, at running back? 183 is a little on the lower end for running back size, but I mean, maybe. He catches the ball really well, though. And he's such a good route runner. We had to put that guy at receiver. Plus, he can't break any tackles. Yeah, never mind. I take it back. But I love him, obviously. Very good player. This Dane Chapman, I need in my life. Need him. It's kind of a bummer, man. Like, we got to put these points somewhere. I feel like there's a lot of guys that we're giving points to that maybe aren't as valuable. Right? Do y'all agree with that? Probably. Like, honestly, can I dump everyone's points? I don't know how to do that. I think there's a way I can. I'm just going to go through and remove everyone's. That way we do a fresh little start. Just going to dump everybody's. And then we'll restart, refresh, look at it. Okay, so like guys that we know we need. We need a wideout, right? Ideally, this guy's in. Ideally, Blake Brown's in. Anthony Gibson's in. And I think in terms of gettability, we're new on the block for him, so we have a shot. We're in the lead here. Yeah, 7,500. I know, dude. Excuse me. Getting those extra points is so helpful. Man, we're in the lead here. This is gonna be a tough one to hold off on, but the guy's so good that I think we have to stay in the hunt. Gibson, we're in the leader in the clubhouse. Gonna OV. We gotta get this dude. I almost think Dane Chapman's like in the same conversation. Like, this dude fits perfect. Clay Bell, best tight end prospect we have. We have terrible options. I think he's a must get as well. We need another offensive option. This guy's really close to getting in the boat, so I'm almost good with leaving him off, especially as all these other schools are falling off. We're only going to keep climbing. I'm good with not putting points on him. Marcus Hand is obviously a must get. No question. Kevin, I'm good with leaning off of. This guy's fun. He's the guy that's the receiver running back hybrid. We'll see. I'm encouraged to kind of stay in the weeds here. Maybe we get him. Maybe we don't. Let's see. Oh, I think my cat has joined. Storm, come here, bud. Hey. Sorry, you guys, if y'all hear my cat meowing in the background. He just wants to hang out in the stream. He's like, Dad, it's 3:40. How have you not shut this thing down yet? We're getting there. We're going to sim this week, and then we'll probably call it. Storm, Uncle Garrett says hello, okay? Do you want to say hi to him? Stormy? Come here, bud. If I can get Storm on stream, that'd be pretty sick. Let's see if we can do that. Let's try that game. Storm, come here, bud. Come here. I know. Come here, bud. What are you doing? Hello. What are you doing? Oh, hell yeah, boys and girls. We got them. What's up, Papa? Well, we're at this point in the stream, so that's good. Great job, bud. You made the stream. Awesome. Do you want to say something profound in there? Great. Great job, bud. Go to bed. I will see you in a little bit. Wow, what a time. What a collab is right. You're 100% right. So let's see. I'm trying to think what other positions are like necessary, right? So let's look at it. Honestly, let's kind of look at it. Yeah, I mean, that's Chase, that's hilarious. That's funny. I heard Storm ask how the gloves is 66. Hilarious. Oh, it's funny. It's a good question. I don't know. So, running back, we need 2. Do we have 2 on here that we like? Stephon Griffin, maybe. Garrett. Natalie's gonna love that clip. So that's perfect. We like Bolin. I don't remember which one he was. Oh yeah, he was the one that could actually kind of catch. Tyler was like emergency. So really we have one back that we really like. And we have that running back that's kind of a hybrid. I think we go a lot of points on this back, to be honest. Just because he fits our mold, he fits the criteria. We like that. The other receiver, I'm kind of willing because I'm not mad at us getting another one if we need to. I'm not mad at it. Plus, I really think he's our other back. So I think we do it and put points on him. So I'm willing to take him too. The other thing is, the only thing I'm a little not upset, I'm more concerned is defensively. I'm just making sure Marcus has his points. Okay. Kicker, corner, we're good. Darnell Noel, I think, is getting shafted a little bit, but it's okay. You know what we should do? Instead of maybe putting 500 on somebody, whatever, I think we should offer all these dudes scholarships. What do y'all think about that? I think we offer all these guys. Because I don't think any of them have offers except for like a couple. So let's make sure all these dudes are getting offered. Like, yep. Tackle's already got one. Gip needs one. Dane Chapman needs one. Clay Bell gets one. Telling Cameron's like almost in the boat. He definitely... Okay, good. He has one. The glove obviously needs one. Stephon... Like, Kevin Wagner's close. So, like, we'll throw him one. Stephon Griffin gets one. Matt Bolin gets one. And I think that's perfect. Excellent. All right, cool. I feel great. Honestly, with where we're at right here, I feel great. My biggest concern's probably on the defensive side of the ball right now, and mainly up front. I like the bodies we have, though. Like, I think we actually have made good ground on a lot of those guys. Just checking ready for visits. Nobody, right? Yeah, we're good. I'm good with where we're at on those guys. So let's back out and let's get to next week and just kind of see what we got. So we have our first OVs. That's a fun point to stop. We have our first official visitors of the stream, of the series. So we got OVs in the boat. We got guys coming on campus. Come and check out El Paso. I have not drinking enough water at all presented by this Gatorade bottle. I haven't. I just have not. Man. Let's see. Honestly, though, we're in a pretty good spot. I feel like we're in a pretty good spot for where we're at. Ooh, buddy, look at all these boys coming on visits. My goodness. So, I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at that. They think Marcus Hand's a backer. Dummies. He's going to be a safety. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dudes coming on OVs. And pretty eclectic group. Like, I mean, we got corner, tackle, backer, in, center, kicker. Like, I feel like we're getting commits next Thursday. I 100% agree. I think we're getting some commits on Thursday, which is exciting. Like, I think that's going to be fun. Oh, the fullback's ready to visit. We might be able to throw him in there too, to be honest. Yeah. So, oh man. Guys, we have a defeated on defeated matchup next week. We got 0-5 versus 0-4 on our first OV weekend. Barn burner, no question. First OV weekend, we are getting an absolute stinker. Complete stinker. Dude. This is so funny. Oh man, that's hilarious. Dude, that's why I love this game, man. They're just like, yeah, these teams suck, man. I don't know what to do. Y'all, this has been a good one. Honestly, I felt it's crazy. Like, I felt terrible like going into this. Like, legit at like 10:45, I like took a micro nap and was like, man, my head kind of hurts, whatever. I'm not sure, not feeling it all too much. Man, from like 12 beyond, felt awesome. I've had only juice. We've been in a great mood. We've had such good conversation, and I thank y'all for that. Obviously, this has been so fun. It's crazy, like, you know, like, I mean, me and Chase were basically solo doloing like on Tuesday, and that was so much fun. And like, even this one, like, dude, you could tell me too, man, like, especially Chase, right? Like, you were there for Tuesday's stream. And Garrett, I'd like your perspective too, solely because this is the only one that you've been in terms of like recruiting only. I hope this one's been good, dude. Like, this has actually been much more enjoyable than I thought. Cause you know, like, dude, to your point, Chase, dude, that game on Tuesday was hysterical. Like, that was the most enjoyable time like I've had playing a game where I've been so like pissed off playing a game but still enjoyed it the whole time. So I thought we hit like such a high that I didn't think we'd even touch it like today. But dude, we've had a pretty good time today, I think, in relation to like Tuesday. A little different fun, but like fun nonetheless. Garrett, college is UTEP, man. We're riding UTEP on both. We're riding UTEP on both. I just thought they were like the perfect sort of like middle ground. They were a 1-star team. But I thought it'd be fun to see like, look, if I'm playing, this is what the team turns into. If I'm not playing, this is what the team turns into. It's just to sort of see like, hey, if Cody plays, it can be this, but if he doesn't, it could be this. I just kind of wanted to see like, same team, different results. What could happen, you know? Perfect timing on that. That one's done though. And this guy. You guys will have to finish that one off camera. But anyways, guys, this was excellent. This was a treat. This was a pleasure. I hope y'all enjoyed your evening. I think we had a good time. Y'all, we said talking about milestones, you know, I think we had, I mean, y'all maybe could tell me if I'm wrong. I think we had 10 people in here at one point, maybe 11, but at least 10. I know I saw double digits for the first time on stream, which is pretty sick. We had 10 people in here at once, which is absurd to me, especially at like, dude, that was at like 1 a.m. Like, that was past 12 for sure. Yeah, keep the train rolling. Oh, dude, 100%. Yeah, dude, that was my Chase. I was shocked at the amount of dude, just the followers today. Starting with my mom 9 hours ago. Shout out Michelle. Excellent. My mom followed the channel 9 hours ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Dude, I think we got like 13 or 14 followers tonight, which is bananas, by the way. Like bananas. Like, I think we went into tonight with 26. And I mean, dude, I think we're at like 39 or 40. And I honestly completely forgot I banned that person for being like, this is annoying. Keep like, play the game. And I'm like, get the hell out. You're not here for what we're like, you didn't read this. Dude, I think you're right. I think we did. I totally forgot that we banned that kid. That is hilarious. That is such a good point. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're here, you know? That's crazy. But dude, I think I legit think we're at like 40 followers, which is bananas. We had 10 concurrent followers at one point. Dude, the average I need to have, I think for affiliate, is 3 concurrent. So, or an average of 3, excuse me. So we're way past the 8-hour. We're way past the 8-hour mark. Because the deal is, it's like, for affiliate, I need 50 followers. We need an average of 3 viewers per stream. I need to stream for like 7 unique days in a 30-day span. And I need, what was it? Oh, it's like over 8 hours of stream or something like that in those 30 days, which, dude, we beat 30, I mean, excuse me, we beat 8 hours in like 2 streams. Like between Tuesday and Thursday stream, we're there. I'm hitting 4.5 hours right now. Like it's 4 a.m. Like, I mean, we're hitting that. So, I mean, dude, I think we're close. If we can continue this sort of pace, dude, honestly, I mean, dude, I need you to understand right now, Garrett, off your comment specifically. If I got a Dr. Pepper sponsor, I've done it. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, you want to talk about pinnacle? I legit don't think it would get better than that. If I got a Dr. Pepper sponsorship, are you kidding? The dream, right? The dream. And a Gatorade, obviously. I mean, we drinking that. We're in this. And then a glove sponsor, dude. Oh my goodness. If I can get like a Rawlings sponsorship solely from Marcus the Glove Hand. Oof. They throw me a little UTEP colored glove. Ooh. Storm, you want to say bye? Nope. He said, I'm out. He left. He already left. Oh man, I wish you could hear his meow in the mic. That was crazy. That was a loud one, dude. He's letting it rip. Yeah, that'd be sick. But I mean, dude. Yeah. Oh, bro, the gloves NIL deals. See, dude, if I was like cool in Photoshop, I would make like ads. Like, I think that'd be so funny to be like, y'all, I was driving down whatever interstate goes through El Paso the other day, and I saw this ad on my like billboard. If I could Photoshop a pretend billboard of Marcus the Glove Hand, I would do it in a second. But I have no talent when it comes to Photoshop, so I can't. But oh, dude, no doubt. I should ring up Hayes Fawcett. Let Hayes go. Let Hayes jump in here, man. Let Hayes get this thing going. He knows how to work that. Oh, definitely could go to Fiverr. That dude did my original logo. I got my original logo from Fiverr. Super easy tool, by the way. That website rules. Like, it's so easy to find somebody just to be like, hey, you mind doing me a favor? Like, and they're like, yep, I'll get back to you in 2 hours and you'll have your finished product. Okay. Sick. Sounds good. Awesome. But yeah, man, 4 a.m. we're coming up on. I'm kind of jazzed about it. I really did not think I was going to push like... Honestly, I thought like we were just going to breeze through this thing. We would get to the end of the season and I'd get off at like 2 a.m. But the fact we've only moved a week in the season is hilarious. And this is the longest stream we've done by far. I did want to... Oh, UTEP has a Reddit with 1,000 people. If you want to message the mods and ask if you can post a promo for this. Oh, man, that's a great idea. Oh, Chase, that's a good idea, dude. Yeah, someone would, at least like a couple people would at least be like, maybe, you know, like, oh, that's a good idea too, Garrett. Look at you guys. Y'all want to just run marketing for this thing? I mean, geez. Those are both smart, to be honest. Those are both really smart. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I think worst case, you at least reach out. You know what I mean? Worst case, they're like, no, that's dumb. That's pretty smart. Yeah, please. Dude, I don't know how like mods work, to be honest with you. Obviously, yeah, like I guess. I don't know the functionality of that. Like, I don't know how that... I literally do not know how that works. Yeah, I can't either. I mean, I don't know, dude. There's some small schools that, like, let me just look up on Twitter. Like, does UTEP even have a Barstool account? I would assume they do. I can't spell Barstool, so... I don't see a UTEP Barstool account. That's kind of a bummer. Lame. Nice idea, Garrett. Your account doesn't even exist. You did see was it Chase? Was it a football Reddit? Was it a UTEP football Reddit? Oh yeah. Yeah, UTEP Miners football. Just plain UTEP. Stormy, relax, bud. Oh, I see. I don't see... Yeah, you're right. I didn't see a UTEP football one. You're right. I do see a minor pride. Stormy, what's the matter, bro? You good? Oh, you want to come sit by? Say bye, then, bud. Oh, that's my boy. All right. Let's see. Well, somebody did post in there 3 hours ago, 8 days ago, 15 days ago, 27 days ago. It's not super popping in here, but it exists. I guess that's good. So we'll see. I don't know. I think both of those ideas are very smart though. So yeah, absolutely. I don't see why not. Say bye. Meow in there. Tell them bye. Say bye, family. A little mic sniff works. That'll do. We're going to bed. Please stop clawing my arms. Please stop clawing my arm. Thank you. Good job. Okay. Well, marketing, that will be the next task. That'll be the next goal to see if we can branch out. Until then, gonna call it quits tonight. Y'all, we made it to 4 a.m., dude. That's pretty strong, to be honest. I think that's pretty sick. We'll be back on Tuesday night, man. Gameplay stream. That's gonna be dope. I'm honestly, obviously jazzed about the gameplay stream on Tuesday. Fun fact, top streamer for NCAA 14. Oh, right now? You're telling me I'm the top 4 a.m. NCAA 14 streamer? Elite. That is elite. People are clamoring over this spot. And I'm here at the mountaintop right now. We are at the mountaintop right now. This is sick. Y'all, but I gotta be honest. Yeah, you're right. Somebody's gotta be at the top. I am so looking forward to these commitments coming after this week. We're getting somebody is popping. By the end of the game against La Tech, somebody's pulling the trigger. Somebody's getting in the boat. There's no question. There's no question. So until then, yeah, that tackle's coming. I totally agree. That tackle's coming. I don't remember if he's a tackle, though. I don't remember if we saw him as an interior guy or not. We'll look at it when he pulls, but we're getting somebody in the boat. We're going to have somebody this time next Thursday is gonna be the first commitment of the Cody Bellaire regime at UTEP, which is very exciting. So until then, I will see y'all next time. I love y'all very much that are in here, and you know who you are. Until next time, thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for messing around for the last almost 5 hours. Thanks. I will catch y'all next time. Bye.